Ladies and gentlemen, it's a good day. How's everyone doing? Hope you're doing well. What's going on, guys? It's another great day. I got 16 hours of sleep. Okay. Absolutely crazy. I fell asleep at like 8 and I woke up at noon. What's going on, Scott Hotvet? Welcome in, bro. Thank you for stopping by. Always a pleasure to see you in chat, my friend. Always a pleasure. So I'm working on this new setup here, okay? I'm going to have a boom mic here soon, so no more headphones around the neck. That's going out. I'm going to have a boom mic set up. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Have you started having crazy dreams yet, Mr. Fista? See, so in the past, when I used to smoke, when I stop smoking, I get the wildest dreams because apparently, like, THC hinders your REM sleep. So you don't dream as often and you don't get as much restful sleep when you're smoking. But then, yeah, dude, yeah. That's what would happen to me, too. I would have these fucking wild dreams and I'd wake up and I'd be like, was that real? You know? So it was definitely something funny. Man, I feel so good. Psycho Monty Python sex dungeon shit. Yeah, dude, exactly. Just off the wall, bro. Off the wall. So I want to go over this. There is a new Matt Morse video out. I want to go over. It's about Chuck Schumer. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen here. Oh, shit! What's going on, Abe Dinkus? Good to see you, man. Welcome. I appreciate it, Rob. Thanks, man. All right. So I know people have given the Morse man some slack, or they've given him some shit in the past because when he does his what's up, Big Soda Corey Barton? Good to see you, my man. Always a pleasure. Abe Dinkus, thank you for jumping in, bro. Always a pleasure to see you, bro. You already know, man. But I have I've played Matt Morse in the past, and people have given me some shit where when he talks, he has the AI voice. Yeah. It's the AI voice, dude. Which, like, I get that, you know, I understand. But he's got a new video out today. It's about Chuck Schumer, so I don't exactly know what's going on. We'll see what's happening with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, just yesterday afternoon, President Trump took one more massive step towards purging the Washington, D.C. deep state. And so let's just say that right now, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is not happy. Now, as you all might have heard, just the other day, the Bureau of Labor Statistics came out and adjusted down much of the job creation that they themselves have reported over the last couple of months, really ever since President Trump got back into the White House. However, what you may not have heard is why they did it. Well, allow me to introduce you all to a...
Say less. She hates Trump. They all look the same, dude. Why do they all, and the glasses? I mean, any woman wearing glasses like that will vote for any Democrat. That goes without saying. Oh, here, let me post I'm gonna post the panel link up here. So anyone can come in. Just so you know, I am going to be heavily vetting, and if need be, I'm going to confirm with people privately. And if I can't get both of those things, no one's coming up, unfortunately. Well, someone is not coming up if they can't provide me those two things. Because I like having an open panel, but what I don't like is people coming in here trying to destroy my shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. There he is. What's going on, brother? Good to see you, man.
What's up, buddy?
Not much, dude. Just kicking it. It's a good day. I got a bunch of sleep last night. Fucking needed it, man.
Oh yeah, I was on Abe's stream till like, I don't know, it had to be like 12:50. I was like, guys, I gotta get out of here. I got a life.
Yeah, it was wild, man. I got off last night and I put my head down at like 8 o'clock and I was out like a light, bro. I mean, I think I woke up around 4 o'clock. I got up, drank some water, laid my head back down, and then woke up at noon.
Oh, good lord.
Absolutely.
Damn.
Yeah, dude. Corey's the bomb, my man. Big soda Corey Barton, dude.
You know, I do my best. I'm like one of them M80 fireworks, you know. I got my moment.
Oh, yeah. Dude, oh man, I feel so good today. I'm just so glad I got some rest. What do you think about this camera angle? I know it's not like incredibly different, but it's different nonetheless.
I like it.
All right. I'm going to keep this, and then I'm going to have a boom mic set up to where I needed the camera because the camera used to be about like 2 feet to the right from my perspective of where it is. And with a boom mic setup, it's going to have to hook up on the right side of my desk. Mm-hmm. So I just have a camera in my face or a microphone in my face while I'm trying to talk. So with this setup, I'll be able to have it over to the side a little bit.
How close does a boom mic need to be to your face?
The one that this Yeti Blue is probably about like this far, roughly. So I'd say like this far, just to get like good consistent audio pickup, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the driest 9-hour theology stream to try and lull myself to sleep. Oh yeah. There's definitely some good stuff online that helps me sleep for sure. Typically it's like I'll just put on some lo-fi or, you know, whatever the fuck I need to put on. Like nature sounds and all that. Because I'd love to just open my door up because I have like a bunch of trees and there's birds and stuff out there. And typically like birds will, like if I leave the door open when it's cooler out, they'll like fly up into my apartment and hang out like right inside here. It's pretty cool. They don't come too far in. They don't shit or nothing. So they'll just like kind of perch up on like my computer chair or something while I'm chilling on the couch. And then I go, hey, what's going on?
Hey, get the fuck out of here.
I actually don't kick them out, man. They're not a nuisance. If they become a nuisance, that's different.
No, they're like illegal immigrants.
Yeah, right, exactly. Oh, yep. I bet I know what you found. You found some Seroquel, didn't you? Oh yeah, dude. That's dope.
You're drowning.
Morse AI.
Oh, there you go. You're back.
Named Erica McIntarfer, who Joe Biden personally appointed to be the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. You see, as it would turn out, Commissioner McIntarfer.
The more pictures I see of this lady,
who did she remind you of?
Do you remember that picture when he first got elected?
In 2016.
She was like over in Australia at a watch party for the U.S. election, and she went, ah!
I was going to say that, or she looks like a cheap. What's that foreign leader? He's in Salvador, I think. El Salvador. Maybe not El Salvador. He's Malele. Not
Milei, Javier Milei.
I think I'm saying the name right. I'm
Talking about
mixing.
the Argentinian president.
Yeah,
What's
yep,
going
yep.
on, Jeremy Ryan? Welcome in, dude.
Looks like a Wish version of that.
Huh. Yeah, but ugh. I can see it now. I can't unsee it. Yeah, a cheap Chinese knockoff.
Darfur is pretty much a deep state plant hell-bent on shutting down President Trump's America First agenda. And hey, if you don't believe me, take a look at this. Back in 2024, during the Donald Trump versus Joe Biden presidential election, Commissioner McIntarfer actually deliberately inflated Joe Biden's job creation data in order to manipulate the American public into believing that Joe Biden's economy was doing better.
Oh, and those revisements were like damning, dude.
Oh yeah.
They were absolutely damning. It's crazy.
And it actually was. Then, when President Trump ended up winning the election, she quietly went back and adjusted all of the job creation numbers back down to what they really were. Seriously, you can't make this stuff up. In fact, take a look at what President Trump himself had to say about all of this just last night. The head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics did the very same thing just before the presidential election when she lifted the numbers for jobs to an all-time high. I then won the election anyway, and she readjusted the numbers downward, calling it a mistake of almost 1 million jobs.
Yep.
An absolute scam. She did it again with another massive correction, and she got fired. She had the biggest miscalculations in over 50 years. And so, folks, here's the reality. Whether or not this woman is just a partisan hack or totally incompetent, probably both, to be honest, getting rid of her really is just the...
I think that's one of the biggest things, like, for me, right? So, when people... What's up, Emmett? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you, man. Jeremy Ryan, always a pleasure, my man. I think that's one of the biggest things to me is when mistakes like that happen, it's either malicious or incompetence. And for some reason, people are totally cool with having incompetent people in our government.
Yep. Well, this is kind of like the whole Russia collusion thing where they're like, oh, you know, it was just one bad action. It was a mistake, you know.
Right.
And it's kind of like, so you're okay with, you know, people with this much power making this type of incompetent, gross, like misaction against, and it always goes one side. That's why I lean toward it's not incompetence. It only goes one side.
Right, exactly. What's up, Amagad? Good to see you, bro. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. So here's the big thing, right, for me. So the incompetence side of it is always an excuse for why it should have happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big spin. Where, like, to me, it's kind of inconsequential whether it was, like, to the end result, it should be inconsequential whether it was malicious or whether it was incompetence. They should be fired both, like, either way, right?
Oh, yes.
What's going on, GB? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in. Always a pleasure, dude. Always a pleasure to see you. But it should be completely inconsequential. Entirely. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Well, I mean, it's kind of like we're talking about people who have been there for, I don't know,
decades.
4 or 5, yeah, decades, 4 or 5 years, and I guess the example for her, and it's kind of like, why have you been in this position if you're making gross missteps like this?
Right.
Like, this is insane. Like,
Yeah.
But they'll blame it on incompetence. I'm just gonna blame it on malice because it only goes one way. It's If this was something where it's like, okay, well, it happens every once in a while, but why is it almost every department doing this?
Exactly. We'll see. And that's the thing to me, right? Is to me, the way I look at government is we're paying them to do their job correctly.
Yep.
When I go to work, I'm not getting paid to do my job wrong. I'm getting paid to do my job correctly. And if I do my job wrong, I get fired. Whether I meant to do it wrong or whether I didn't mean to do it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If something happens because of my actions, let's say I didn't see there were glass shards in the bottom of a cocktail glass and I build up an old fashioned and I send that out and someone cuts the inside of their esophagus with it. Guess who's getting fired?
You are immediately.
You know what I'm saying? So in the same note, the government, especially the government, because the citizens are the ones paying them, if they're not doing their job correctly, they should fucking go.
Think how much
100%.
they protected them.
100%, Mr. Fista. And I mean, you know, I'm with you, right? Like, I do believe, and Corey, I'm with you as well. I do believe there's a large element of malice in a lot of the things that go on, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're also incompetent. There's incompetence as well.
See, I would almost disagree. I would say these people are probably better at their job than we think, and we're so quick to attribute it to incompetence that, no, this, now I won't say every case, but some of these cases, no, you knew what you were doing. You knew it was bad, and you were smart enough to either try and hide it, or you were smart enough to get away with it up until now.
Yes, so I will say this, right? So I believe the incompetence factor more comes in on the money side, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of politicians that'll do things to help them bolster their stock options. Yeah. Because what it like, as the trend has gone on, the regulations that they put on markets, and like, I'm not anti-regulation. I believe there should be regulations, but these incredibly specific regulations that get put on these markets solely affect smaller businesses that can be competitive in a marketplace.
Yeah.
And so when regulations go into effect that stifles competitions for companies, that company's stock value goes up. Especially when it's a company that has the capital that they can easily navigate regulations, right? Where like smaller businesses, they don't necessarily have that luxury to have additional capital, so they can. That's one of the issues for me. And what I feel is the incompetence comes in where these people, they pass these regulations, they pass legislation that helps them bolster their own money supply, but it destabilizes the government. And then they get themselves in a position where they have to try to cover face.
Yep.
And that's what's going on in the economy right now. Is these people have brought us to this position where we're $36 trillion in debt, and they're trying to keep an equal balance of maintaining money in their own pockets while also being satisfactory to the public. And those two things are really probably not very sustainable in the system that we have today, right? So that's where the incompetence comes in for me, is these people, they get so fucking greedy that they continue to suck money off of like the top, essentially. They take their cut, and then by the time all the cuts have been taken, the American people suffer.
Yep.
So they have to try and backtrack. I mean, like look at the Obama, or look at the Biden administration. They put all of these sweeping kind of policies into place, and then right at the turn of 2024, they started reversing all these policies, and the economy got better. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane.
There's so many chains on our economy, and it's like we're doing double damage to it because we're wrapping it up in chains, but then we're also going massive amounts of value in debt, and these two things are just destroying our economy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not exactly sure how we're gonna get out of this. We might. I mean, I'm optimistic, but there's also a reason why I'm not in charge of these kinds of things. Because here's the only thing I can say definitively. The way we've been doing shit for the past 50, 60 years ain't fucking working. Okay? This problem has done nothing but compound and get exponentially worse as time has gone on, right? There needs to be a change. If that change accelerates things, fuck it, at least we tried. And I hate saying it like that, but, you know, it's either now or later to some degree. And I choose to be optimistic about this because I want the betterment for everybody in the country, no matter what their fucking political views are, right? Like, I don't give a shit about that when it comes to like people being able to support themselves and feed their families, you know? So we'll see what happens. What's up, Ashton Allwine? Good to see you, my man. Hey, dude. If you get off work in time to jump on later, jump on. I just started about a half an hour ago, so please, by all means, bro, come on in. All right, let's keep going with this video.
Proper thing to do. Even if she didn't help lie on behalf of Joe Biden, and we all know that she did, she just pushed the single largest Bureau of Labor Statistics correction in over 50 years. That alone should be cause enough for her termination, if you ask me.
So what happened is she got the numbers so wrong that they had to revise them so vastly, more than anyone else in history in her position has done. That's the thing that like is being skipped here. She fucked up first.
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, now maybe there's nothing criminal here, but she did that leading up into the election, and then quickly changed it the moment Trump won.
Of course.
To me, it smells like some light election interference in there.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I get it. It makes sense. I'm more along the lines of she's fired now, so wherever she goes from here is just going to be somewhere where they agree with her politically.
Yep.
That's it.
And to be fair, it's good that she will now have this on her permanent record.
100%. And it should be, dude.
Yep.
These kind of things, when you go into public service and fuck up that bad, that should follow you for the rest of your fucking life, okay?
It should. I mean the same way if you were a bartender and you there was glass in someone's cup and you poured a drink on top of that glass and you didn't do your due diligence. I think that should also follow you because sometimes your mistakes have serious consequences.
Okay, hold on. I fucking love this meme. All right. What's going on, Chuck? Good to see you, man. Thanks for jumping in for a second, bro. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. All right. This is all I have to say about this bitch right here, okay? Just to be very clear. Put the fries in the bag, lady.
I don't know, man. What if she miscounts my fries and gives me like 4 fries and a medium-sized fry?
Well, then she can get fired from there too. Put the fries in the bag, lady. All right, let's keep going.
But of course, considering that Commissioner McIntarfer is a Joe Biden appointee, it's not exactly surprising that she's behaving this way. Much to absolutely no one's surprise, this Biden appointee has been trying to subvert the country and undermine President Trump's America First agenda. But now, folks, as it relates to all of this, I've got something else now that I want you all to take a look at. But first, I do want to say real quick that if you guys enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, take a listen to what the director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, had to say about all of this. Let it play.
First of all, they could be politically manipulated because they're so untransparent. There's a black box system out there making the jobs numbers that needs to be improved. Indeed, the UK saw a similar circumstance like this. She shut down the data agency for a month or so.
Oh! So they should shut down the data agency. Is that what he's advocating for? Because it seemed like a couple months ago, they were fucking horrified to start shutting down government agencies. Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Until they got their ducks in a row.
Clears that up.
Yeah, 100%.
The fact is that we had these blockbuster numbers for Joe Biden last year that suddenly we lost about 1 million of them after he dropped out of the election. The fact is that you know, I'm an economist, I'm not a politician, but when politicians look at numbers that make them wonder, then that suggests that there needs to be more transparency. So, for example, if I'm running the BLS and I have the biggest revision, really think about it, the biggest revision outside of COVID in 50 years, then it's incumbent on me to explain why in a very transparent way, to show how the numbers add up, to show exactly where the revision came from and what you're doing to address it so it doesn't happen again. If you don't do that, then you create a circumstance where politicians are going to wonder. And for goodness sakes, we know that hopefully not much of the data area, but all over the U.S. government, there have been people who have been resisting Trump everywhere they can. And so to make sure that that's not going to happen in the data agencies, to make sure that the data are as transparent and as reliable as possible, we're going to get highly qualified people in there that have a fresh start and a fresh set of eyes on the problem.
And
so what you're telling me, what he just fucking said, man, is that we do not have highly intelligent, qualified people running our data agencies.
You're saying they're not good at numbers? What?
It blows my mind that we've gotten to a place where these kind of grave telling admissions are just kind of passed over, right? Like he just said, so we're going to get people in there that thought they said that she turned the block box counter off. I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure. I have no idea. What's up, Lauren? Good to see you. Welcome back in. Welcome back in.
They kept it on when they were counting the COVID jobs and all that. And to me, that seemed more difficult to count and decent reason to turn the black box counter off.
So for me, what's really like the way I look at these things, if we're going to fucking pay for these people's salaries, there needs to be accountability on the quality of the job that they do. Bottom line. Okay. I don't understand why that's even I don't understand why that's even like a thing we need to talk about at this point. Because see, one of the issues is when I was growing up, I was under the impression that the people who worked for our government were like the upper echelon of qualified in our society. These were people who were incredibly good at what they do. Absolutely, Chuck, 100%. And as I've grown older and as I've seen, especially with over the past 8 years, right? The people in our government are some of the least qualified people ever. And there's two forms of government that are trying to take hold. One that grows the government and one that limits the government. That's what the fight has been over the past few years. And the people who want to grow the government are not raising the bar for the level of qualifications that people need to get these jobs.
Can I make one small exception to or one small counter to that? I would say instead of actually shrinking and limiting the government, we had one side growing the government and the other side telling them to stop. And there was no pushback to actually shrink it until, I would say, now till Trump.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Over the past 8 years.
Yeah. It's like instead of, I guess, just limiting it, we should have had two sides growing the government and then shrinking the government. But we had a one side that said let's make it big. The other side saying no, let's not do that.
Right. So and then it's just incremental growth instead of any kind of fucking balance. 100%. I agree.
And yeah, that's it. It's like, but to be fair, the Republicans, especially like early 2000 Republicans, I mean, they were grow the government too. So I mean, we kind of had, you know, a very small faction of Supreme Court stop the growth of government.
And now we need to start fucking laying people off in droves.
Absolutely.
I don't think, like, personally, I don't think the federal workforce, people who are hired specifically by the government, I don't think they should be counted in jobs numbers. Because it looks bad. The only side it looks good for is the side that's opening up federal jobs. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
If those weren't counted, the jobs numbers would look vastly different based on who's in office.
And then it goes to tell you how many times, especially, I guess in Trump's first administration, how many accurate job growth numbers did we have? Or was his like Secretary of Labor statistics, were they doing the same thing? Where they, you know, were kind of making the job numbers smaller than they actually were? You go down that deep train of like, well, has this always been a tactic that they've used to kind of sway which person they wanted in charge?
Okay, 1 second. Oh, shit. So it's saying that under Biden, there was a job growth of 10.3%. And of that 10.3%, 6% was full-time, non-seasonal federal workforce increase. So he increased the federal workforce by 60%. Chuck is gone. Whoa. Wait, is he actually done? He's actually out? Interesting. See, we're watching a video on that right now, so I'm interested to see.
So, folks, I don't know about you, but considering the circumstances, to me, I think all of that sounds pretty reasonable. But you know what? Take a look at this. Just earlier this morning, President Trump doubled down on everything that we've been talking about, posting this on Truth Social. Last week's job report was rigged, just like the numbers prior to the presidential election were rigged. That's why, in both cases, there was massive record-setting revisions in favor of the radical left Democrats. Those big adjustments were made to cover up and level out the fake political numbers that were concocted in order to make a great Republican success look less stellar. I will pick an exceptional replacement. And so, folks, given everything that we've talked about so far, I think we can all acknowledge that pretty much everything President Trump just said is absolutely true. But of course, you just know that the progressive left.
Oh yeah, 100%. Government job creation is not, like, that's what I'm saying. Federal jobs should not be added in to the job numbers. They should not be. Because they're not.
It's misleading.
Yes, it's misleading.
They don't create in the economy.
Right. I mean, they do pay taxes, don't get me wrong, but you're paying taxes on taxpayers' dollars versus paying taxes on earned wage that goes into the tax system and then also goes around with the things that you buy. Where when you're paying a massive federal workforce, you're essentially recycling tax money into the economy.
Yep.
Left is absolutely melting down right now as a consequence of this entire situation. Take a look.
Just to be very clear, does the administration have any evidence that it was rigged, as the president said? Will you be presenting that to the American public?
The evidence is that there have been a bunch of revisions that could appear to partisans. Well, I mean, the revisions are hard evidence. There, for example, there was a 818,000 revision making the Joe Biden job record a lot worse that came out after he withdrew from the presidential campaign. There have been a bunch of patterns that could make people wonder. And I think the most important thing for people to know is that it's the president's highest priority that the data be trusted and that people get to the bottom of why these revisions are so unreliable.
Well, let me ask you about what will.
And so, folks, here's the thing. We know why the revisions are unreliable. It's because all of the experts have been intentionally manipulating the data, trying to push all of their anti-American political agenda. The reality is, when you have experts in Washington, D.C. doing things like intentionally manipulating the numbers in an effort to influence the outcome of a presidential election, for instance, it's no wonder that no one trusts any of the experts. Time and time again, they've been caught intentionally lying to all of us.
That's the biggest thing, right? And this is one of the good things that's happening right now in our society. So, yes, Mr. Fista, same. This expert class, this shit's dying, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's so scary. Like, think about it. They're telling you that, hey, an aspect of the economy is growing. We're getting more jobs. But yet, it's creating this false confidence in the economy. So it's like, well, really, you're just lying to people, and people don't really know how bad the economy is because you're just fudging the numbers to get your person in office. So, to be fair, there could be other aspects of the economy we're being lied to, and it's like, how bad is the economy? Is this something where we're going to find out, that the emperor ain't got no clothes on, and it's when we start seeing real data, could this, be kind of a false image we've created around our economy?
Well, like, the crazy thing to me, this was bound to fucking happen eventually.
Yep.
Right? People were bound to find out about these things eventually. It blows my mind that instead of trying to work towards fixing the problem, and this is where the incompetency side of it comes in, instead of trying to work towards fixing the problem and solidifying a long future for yourself as a politician and having a good legacy and something to really point back to and say, I'm proud of this, they continued to do the same shit for years. Republican and Democrat, doesn't matter who you are. He's both naked and has dementia. No shit, dude. Right, exactly, Scott. Yeah. Because it's tax money that pays them. So the taxes that they pay are just more tax dollars getting put back into the system, but there's a net loss. Hi, Stamey. What's going on, my brother? Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in, bro. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
So the government's now funding the economy in this weird, secondhand approach where they're feeding money into people and then they're feeding the economy.
Yeah.
And so, folks, as a little bit of a reminder here, when we talk about the deep state, this is exactly the type of thing that we're talking about. We're talking about a bunch of unelected officials within the federal government that will stop at absolutely nothing to try to prevent the America First agenda. But you know what? While we're speaking about trying to prevent the America First agenda, take a look at this. Just a couple of hours ago, Democrat Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer had an absolute meltdown on X, saying the following: Kevin Hassett should be fired. He is defending Trump's lies about the jobs report and the firing of Erica.
See, this right here is so fucking dishonest, man. This is why I fucking hate these people, okay? Like, seriously, it really pisses me off that someone could have the fucking balls to say this shit.
Yeah.
Like, instead of going, she made the single largest mistake that anyone who has ever held her position in the history of this country has made. She should be fired. He's throwing shade at Trump. Like, look, I'm not saying you should kiss the guy's ass, but like, at the end of the day, if someone fucks their job up, they need to go.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of weird because with her, like, we have this isn't like speculation or anything, and I don't know why Chuck's going out of his way to defend her when he could just say nothing and let her get fired and move on from the fact that she was actually vastly fudging the numbers.
Yeah.
Like, they keep tying to themselves to these mistakes, and I don't understand why. I would just drop it and move on, but the Democrats have this weird fixation on defending people if they're being attacked by Trump. It's like anybody that's attacked by Trump, they have to go out of their way to look foolish to try and defend these people.
See, so where I come at with it, and I'm with you 100%. Where I come at with this, with is, I will even grant them the supposition that they have that government employees are doing everything morally that they possibly can, right?
Mm-hmm.
The bottom line is they're incompetent. That's it.
True.
People make mistakes sometimes. They shouldn't in government.
No.
That's the issue, right? Of course, I believe there's malice involved with this shit.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason that I don't focus on that and harp on that as much is because that's the kind of messaging that doesn't get through to lefties. Because anything politically expedient to them like this, they're going to look at as a good thing, okay? Yep. So they're going to look at this as they're just being moral. Even if they believe that the numbers were rigged, they're going to be in favor of it. But at the end of the day, if you grant them the fact that what they were doing was not done out of malice,
but incompetence,
they're still fucking incompetent.
Yep.
That's no excuse.
That's fair.
Otherwise,
that's fair.
You're going to leave them in a logic trap where it's going to have them say, well, then incompetence is good for people in our government. And it's like, no, it's not. And no one will ever fucking agree with that. Right?
Yep. Then they go down defending the incompetence.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
McIntarfer. The business community should demand a flack like him has no role at the Fed. And so, folks, do you...
Oh, I thought the Democrats wanted everyone to pay their fair share. I thought the Democrats were were anti-corporation. Now they're making pleas to the business community. Isn't that interesting? After they put Sydney Sweeney in jeans and had her showing off her cleavage and American Eagle stock jumped. You know what I'm saying? They're the ones that want to push for dudes in dresses on Jaguar commercials.
Yeah.
Want to know why Chuck Schumer is so mad right now? It's because for the first time in decades, he and all of his friends in the deep state are getting exposed and being forced to actually take accountability. They actually thought that they would just be able to keep on screwing over America and lying to all of us Americans with complete and total impunity. But now those days are finally coming to an end. And so this is why they're all lashing out like this. They know, Chuck Schumer knows, the jig is up. And so, hey, I don't know about all of you, but as far as I'm concerned, this is exactly what I voted for. Yet another anti-American agent of the deep state has been kicked out of the federal government. And so now all of the far left radical progressives are absolutely melting down. And you know what? Good, because this is exactly what needs to happen if we actually want to start putting America first.
That's right.
Well, when was she fired? Or has she been fired?
Yeah, she was fired. Let's see. When was McIntyre fired? When was the director of the BLS fired? On Friday.
Do you think she should have been fired at, I don't know, January 2nd? Just because I don't know if I'm Trump that I really trust any of these people around me. And the least I'm doing is firing all the heads and getting new people, I guess, placed.
Yeah, I think like with these kinds of things, it really comes down to if they were to fire literally everybody and replace the entire, like, essentially director head of the government, that gives ammo to Democrats to say, oh shit, well, he's taking over the government, he's firing all these people, whatever. And now what he's doing is he's waiting for them to fuck up, and one by one, just blink, 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 blink.
That's
you know
fair.
what I mean?
That's fair.
So that could be it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm no, soothsayer. You know what I mean? I'm not a psychic or nothing. I can't tell you, but that's just what it seems like to me, right? That would be where my assumption goes.
Because, I mean, I would assume if she never corrected the numbers, would there have been people in that administration who, I guess, spoke out about the fact that the numbers needed to be corrected? And the only reason why I say that is because she to be fair, when it comes to being reelected, she's got a very important job because she kind of, she puts together the statistics about, what the job numbers are, how the economy's looking. So I would definitely want someone I knew that wasn't going to betray me when it came to that type of stuff, because that's a key indicator for, how we're going to do in the midterms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I definitely would have had a loyalist in that aspect, put in that position. I guess I do understand your point about if we do this to every director of every administration, it would look like Trump's taking over the economy. But this is just one aspect what I would want a loyalist.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. So what do you think about the salt tax reduction?
That's where you can apply the federal tax reduction. So if you pay a high amount of state taxes, you can get a discount on your federal taxes.
Yeah, it's like a write-off for your federal taxes.
I mean, yeah, I like it. It was probably one of the better aspects of the OBBB.
I think it's a good thing.
Because another thing that it does is it definitely hinders the executive side of things for the federal abilities to draw money, and it puts more money into state hands, which, to be fair, is a better thing for Democrats.
Yep. Wait, is it?
So for them to see any Democrat complain against that position, that's an insane position.
Really?
Because, if you think California, I don't know, I think they're closer to 45% state tax. That's 45% you could write off your federal tax bill, and that's just going to go better for you. And Democrats complaining about that. I haven't seen one, but if they are, that just shows you how biased they are. Because this bill, or that aspect, does way more for Democrats than it does Republicans.
But wouldn't like the state, like for the actual like citizenship, yeah. But wouldn't the state have to compensate for the amount of money that it's paying into the federal taxes?
I think. I mean, I guess if that is an aspect of that provision, then I could see, yeah, that could become a problem. Because now, with how the government's going to get around that, or the federal government's going to get around that, is by taxing states more. And
see, and that's why I'm asking, because I don't know, you know?
I mean, I could definitely see that. I mean, what's the best? I wouldn't have a problem with it, because the only problem I see is if states start increasing their tax rates. So if they start taxing you at higher percentages to make up for this problem where the federal government's just taking more from the state. But see, states like, I think Florida, that have the 0% state tax, like, to me, it seems like that's a worse off bill for them.
It's interesting. Well, see, so in states like Florida, where you don't have a state income tax,
how does that apply?
Well, you just pay your federal. You don't get.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like citizens that live in that area would be more upset, because now they see tax reduction rates of like 45% in states like California. So to me, it seems like optically this bill does more for Democrats, which I'm not opposed to it. I mean, I like this aspect of it, but I don't see why Democrats would complain against that, because it would be better for them.
For the citizens, yeah.
Yeah, for the citizens. So it's kind of like one of those weird Trump, I think, won on both sides of the issue, and he only gets credit on the one half, the one side.
He's only getting credit from, well, like, you know, so in Alabama, right? Like the state tax here sucks, man. Especially in Birmingham, like they're not taking, like, you know, large swaths of money out, but at the same time, it's not like a modest state tax, you know. So I don't know. It's interesting. I'd like to see how this all plays out, because
if I had to say, it's probably top 5 of the best aspects of that bill, in my opinion, or at least from what I've read. Which I've seen, speaking of, well, I guess this kind of relates to the bill. I've seen Mike Johnson went over there and kissed the wall.
Mike Johnson did?
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all.
I just thought it was funny.
Yeah. I'm sure Lindsey Graham already has.
Oh, yes, multiple
Trump
times.
has. Vance has.
It's just a weird, like, it's weird that our politicians of, I guess, a majority Christian, not counting people who don't believe, but a majority Christian nation, that our presidents are going over there and performing like
religious rituals.
That aren't ours. So that's a weird aspect.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen all the Tucker Carlson and Fuentes drama that's been going on. We can look into that a little bit.
I've been wondering about that, because I haven't seen the interview, but didn't he react to, I guess, the interview with Candace?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson said I'm a weird gay kid in the basement,
has it occurred to you that, and I just want to say, I haven't watched a lot of Nick Fuentes in my life at all. But what I've seen, the guy's very talented. Like, just as a, well, let me just say this, as someone who's talked to cameras his whole life, it is very hard to sit and just like riff for 20 minutes. And I think it's an amazing skill, and he has that skill. But I also have noticed that his targets are all people who are sincere, non-crazy, non-hateful opponents of neocon politics.
Right.
So you have to kind of wonder about
maybe because he doesn't like neocon politics.
that. So Nick Fuentes is like, oh, I don't like the neocons, but then his targets are JD Vance, Joe Kent. He got involved in Joe Kent's campaign with a super. Oh yes, you, me, and it's like, what is that?
Dave Smith. And I asked
Smith?
him about that because that's a question that I had. So I did the right thing by asking him to his face, what's up with this? Like, why do you attack Dave Smith? You say that like...
I don't know what to think of her, bro. Like, what do you think of Candace Owens?
It's tough because, like, I haven't got a bad... Like, a lot of people criticize her, and all the clips I see of them criticizing her, either two things happens. One, it gets kind of taken out of context where she says something she doesn't, or two, it just kind of seems like a person who is an influencer speaking on, the things that they like. I don't know. Because, like, a lot of people call her an anti-Semite, but physically, I haven't seen evidence of it.
I haven't. I mean, I agree with a lot of the stuff that she says.
I like her. I see that it's weird that people like Nick Fuentes don't like her. It's weird that Nick Fuentes doesn't like Dave Smith, and it's like I'm not sure. I'm not, since I'm not a part of the Nick Fuentes, I guess, group. I don't know the how legit he is, because he seems very smart, but he seems very quick to attack someone who disagrees with him.
Yeah, he's kind of like Trump in that regard, I think. He's also he's a fucking kid, man. He's like 24 or something.
Yeah. Well, and I think that also plays into it, because it's kind of like, I mean, when I was 24, I'd probably be a lot more aggressive with my response in like political conversations. Especially most of the time, you got to think, I mean, in his early time, he was kicked off most social media platforms. He was labeled, this hateful thing. And so I understand where the aggressiveness comes from. But I think he's a very smart guy. Like, when I've seen him debate Jay Dwyer about, the more Catholic side of Christianity versus Jay Dyer's Orthodox, he was pretty smart. I mean, he was bringing up he was knowing what Jay Dwyer was bringing up. He was able to have a conversation with him. It seemed like he knew what he was talking about. So, I mean, I take it he is a smart guy, and I just don't know. I think the aggressiveness kind of throws me off.
See, what I think is fucked up with Nick Fuentes is people like Candace Owens and Tucker should be embracing him, because, like, they're all like kind of moving towards the same end goal, I'd say, which is like ridding this country of another country's influence.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also like, from what I know, I haven't watched a shitload of Nick Fuentes stuff. I've seen a couple things, right?
Yeah.
But he's like very like, not necessarily supporting the Groypers, but I think like embracing the amount of will that he wants to get a foreign country their influence out of our government politics.
But to be fair,
not necessarily supporting like every single thing he says, right?
Yeah.
Like it's the same kind of thing where, when Candace Owens was on the Daily Wire and she started saying, well, Israel's really fucking up here, and Ben Shapiro cheesed out and like kicked her out, and they fired her, It's the
and
same
tried
kind
to
of
blame
thing where,
her.
right?
It-
Just instead of like completely casting someone out for an opposing view, having those things be brought up in the public sphere and debated and discussed. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
not throwing these kind of folks. Yes, he does. Yes, he wants a white Christian nationalist country. Yes, he does. Yeah, and those are the kind of things that should be brought up and should be like discussed and debated in the public forum. Like I
Yep.
genuinely believe that. If it's a bad idea, it will be cast down. If it's a good idea, there's going to be support for it, right? Like that's how these things work. I don't
Well,
agree with that.
We've got
I think
evidence of that.
Christianity should, like, unfortunately, as a Christian, I think that religion and government should not be tied together. I think they should be kept separate, especially in matters of money. And as for the racial thing, I'm not on board with it. You know,
I would say the groper community has gotten bigger the more we've tried to the more we've tried to culturally push it out, the bigger it has gotten.
Hey,
Instead of just
Mr. Bill,
debating-
what's up, dude? Thank you,
Uh-huh.
man. I appreciate it. That's awesome, dude. Thank you,
Hell
Mr.
yeah.
Bill. Good to see you today, man. Hope you're doing well. What were you saying? Sorry, bro.
No, I was just saying it seems like the more we've tried to culturally bash this community, the groypers, the bigger they've gotten. And it
Right.
seems like the more we've supported Israel and everything they do instead of calling them out on the bad things, it's only making this community that much bigger.
Right.
And if I had a feeling, I think the mustache man probably did something similar to where he flamed this aspect of their community. And then when he got political power, it's because enough people were tired of this unfair criticism along with other things, and it causes this rash reaction.
Yeah. I mean, so, the way I see it is like being able to bring these kind of things to the forefront and debate them openly. If you have a good argument against it, it will be known, right? And unfortunately, a lot of, I'm a Charlie Kirk fan. I like Charlie Kirk. He says a lot of really base stuff. He did kiss the wall, unfortunately, but he has a good message. I genuinely believe in, right? But he refuses to debate someone like Nick Fuentes. He openly refuses. I will not debate him. He's just an internet troll and all this. And it's like, dude, if you disagree with his message, bring him up and have a conversation about it. Right?
Yep.
This is the thing that breeds. This is exactly what the left did to conservatism. That's why the support for conservatism has risen in this country. Because instead of wanting to face difficult conversations, they just wanted to stymie the other side. I don't agree with Nick Fuentes. But I do think it's important that when someone has something that they want to say that makes sense, at least to some people, yeah, dude, those things need to be brought to the fucking public square.
Yep.
Let's talk these things out. There's no other way we're going to be able to decide what is good and what is not good in society. And the longer things are stifled, the more radical people are going to get in those beliefs.
History has shown us well.
That's not good for fucking anybody.
Yep.
We won't, Emmett, but I appreciate your compassion for the issue. Good to see you, man. How you doing? Dude, Meringue, welcome in, man. Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you, bro. But to me, that's just it's so fucking vital for society, right? Like that's something that needs to be. We need to have the difficult conversations widely publicized. Yeah, I know he does. I know he does. And he's like pro-trans and pro-gay and all that. And like, I understand where he's coming from. This is exactly, Mr. Fista. This is the way that this is what I think he's doing. Like, I don't necessarily believe that they're left wing, because they support Trump, but What I believe they're doing is they're offering an inclusive conservative environment, and they're trying to do what the left did, where they'll let you come into their space no matter who you are, but you need to start agreeing with what they believe.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's what it seems like to me. That's why, like, you know, Turning Point has exactly, yeah, they all have an agenda. 100% Doomerang. 100%. But that's like, I lost my train of thought there, but it's okay. It's like that's why they have, like, you know, gay black men like coming up and making, you know, they're being a representative of the right wing and Turning Point and stuff. Like, exactly, Gorilla Biscuits, 100%. Exactly, dude, exactly. But that's what the end goal is, right? The end goal is to let groups of people in and show them how conservatism is a good thing. But unfortunately, we saw how that very movement was destructive to the left.
Yeah.
Because as varying groups join a movement, unless they like 100% assimilate into individualist thinking, which they do not, group together, right? Unfortunately, that's like the danger of having like all-inclusive kind of political structures. Groups form together in their groups, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if like, you know, if everybody just subscribed to an individualist like mindset and lifestyle, we wouldn't have any of these issues, but they don't. It sucks, you know? But that's why, like, when legislation gets written, it needs to be written from an individualist standpoint, because it affects everybody the exact same way. The law is not weighted towards one or anybody. Yeah, no, me neither, buddy.
And you know what's interesting? I don't know if you watched that big, I guess, event that the Turning Point USA had not that long ago. That had like Tucker Carlson, had Pete, had Hegseth, it had I think a debate between Dave Smith and Ari something. Like, the interesting thing is Kirk. Tucker's name's kind of becoming very unpopular with a certain side of the right, and so I thought it was very interesting that he had him come to this event.
Well, he's been gaining unpopularity for a little while, unfortunately. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that he broke off from his neocon roots. Like, he's not who he used to be. I'm more of a fan of Tucker Carlson now than I ever have been.
Yes, Tucker Carlson. I mean, this may be too close to idolizing, so I'll try and step it back. But he's probably one of my favorite journalists.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I don't think that's idolizing, bro.
I think generally he's done more for the things that I agree with than the other way around. It's just like, for someone to be drenched in the whole neocon movement and then to just kind of wake themselves up from it and then speak out against it, it's like, that was huge for us.
Yes.
We needed that.
Very much so.
The conservative movement was getting too, like, well, it still is now. It still is somewhat entrenched in this weird neocon pro-Warhawk sentiment, but I appreciated him for sticking out, like, separating himself from that.
Yeah. You can't cuck the tuck. I don't know if you guys remember that from the 2016 elections, dude. That shit was great, bro. Those are some of the best YouTube. That was like prime YouTube memeage, dude. All right, let's get back to this.
If your biggest critique is that America's being controlled by Israel, then you have Dave Smith, who's been such a sound voice. And by the way,
how's the volume on this, by the way?
It's pretty good.
Okay.
She's kind of a light talker.
Yeah.
Or hurt
Here's
yourself.
Dave Smith. Have my podcast. He's a fantastic human being.
One of the
I
nicest.
judge
Dave
people.
Smith is one of the nicest people
Fantastic
ever.
human.
Yes.
And so I judge people according to my experiences with them. And so Nick is being judged according to my experience with him. And
But like, what is this?
I don't get
Where
it.
does
I don't
the funding
understand
come
it.
from? I probably shouldn't say this, but the only reason I know who he is because someone sent me a video.
Somebody thinks that Nick is getting funded by somebody else. Nick can't even make a fucking bank account. You don't need a lot of funding to just get a background and talk to a camera. Like, you don't need a lot. How much did this fucking cost? Because if it was more than $1,000, you got to talk to somebody about that. Yeah. I mean, you don't need to get funded in order to just have a because he had this studio in his house. That's how whenever that crazy person showed up to his house to kill him, it interrupted his stream. That's the whole reason.
A few years ago.
I heard about that. Didn't he like send him packing to hell?
Yeah.
It's based.
Well, did you hear about that woman that showed up to his house? Didn't you? Yeah, there was a woman that showed up and knocked on his door. I think she had posted something online about like killing him, and then showed up at his door. But I got a weird,
crazy man.
I got a weird conspiracy about this, and
All right, let's hear it.
yeah, I'm probably totally wrong. But you know how the FBI has this weird fascination with trying to make the alt-right or the neo-Nazis more aggressive than they are. Like, you know, there's photos of people marching that their outfits look like undercover FBI members. If I'm the FBI and I'm flaming this whole white nationalists being the most dangerous people in America, I'm secretly funding people like Nick Fuentes. I'm not saying that's true, but I'm saying if our government has this weird fixation with trying to prop up the white nationalists to be so scary, that's what I would do if I'm our government. So I would pay these influencers, certain influencers who promoted this ideology, to kind of fan it and make it seem more aggressive than it is.
But can anybody prove that he's being funded?
I don't think he
lives
is.
at his mom's house, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think that's where that woman went. Like when she knocked on his door, like he was. I guess I think he does stay with his mom because it was at his mom's house.
Oh man, chat's going crazy right now. Doomerang, it would make for a more polite society. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
K2, what's going on, dude? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right.
Of him attacking me, and I was like, so I'm looking at this, and I'm like, well, first of all, this kid's really talented, like legit, and I can assess that just having done the job for so long. So I was like, wow, lots of talent, native talent, and he's attacking my dad as a CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever, and I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. And my father dies, and I learn actually, was involved in that world. Was completely shocked by it. So,
okay, I don't know how much I believe
that. Like from Nick or from Tucker?
From Tucker.
You think he did? I guess he didn't know about his father's CIA.
I'm not sure how much I believe that. I'm not saying that he's lying, but it's just for someone to grow up in a good family the way he did. Like, he had a close relationship with his parents, from what he said, to not know that your dad worked for someone. Yeah. So, like, yeah. I'm just saying.
Well, I guess in Tucker's defense, do you think he's referencing about earlier on in his life? Like, what? Because when did he find out his dad worked for the CIA?
Well, because he's saying he found out after his dad died. And then Mr. Fista is saying right here he was caught on camera talking about his dad's CIA involvement before his dad died. I'm like, I like Tucker. What's going on, Steelman? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you, man. No shit. Holding hands is not gay if I'm holding a woman's hand. I can agree with you if that's the direction you're going down.
No one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
This was in March of this year.
Sure.
When people say no one has to believe me after they say something, it's like you didn't have to say that. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Like that didn't have to be a thing that was even brought up. It's, to me, it's one of those, like, anyway.
I'm like, well, how the hell would this child from Chicago, my dad was 84 when he passed. Like, who's this guy know who my dad is? And like, he's in intelligence. How would he know that? And
Wait, so that was his critique?
So he's trying to imply that Nick's a Fed? Is that it?
Because I didn't see it.
Someone just sent me this video and it was like, you can't believe anything Carlson says because his father was in the CIA and he's a CIA working on behalf of the CIA. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, and I actually feel emotional in my anger towards CIA. And I think that comes out on the air quite regularly.
Right.
And so the idea.
See, and whether your dad worked for them or not is inconsequential to that. My granddad worked for a company called Roto-Rooter. It was a plumbing company for like 20 years. Okay. If I detest, because Roto-Rooter, actually what they do is they go into your house and they start breaking your plumbing, and then they give you a higher bill so we can fix this too. I would detest that, regardless of whether my granddad worked for them or not. You know what I mean? Like, I get that. I get that. Yeah, I get that, Amagad. But it's like the way I see it. Like, okay, Tectone, for instance, right? Like, it came out that his dad was a real piece of garbage. Tectone acknowledged it. Said, yep, it's fucking terrible. And then he just moved on.
That's true.
I hope that we can bridge this gap.
That I'm working for the CIA is like deranged.
Well, if it helps, he said I was.
That's pretty fucking weird. I don't think so. I mean, hasn't Nick said that about a bunch of people?
Funded by Russia. Now, since the interview, he then did a thing and said I was funded by Russia.
But you would be.
Yeah, so like he's accused. Like, this is the same as like, it's kind of like he said that about people before. I mean, like, yeah, it's the same as like me killing a boss and saying, oh, the mount's gonna drop this time. Eventually, I'm right.
Okay.
A lot more likely to take Russian money than I would be to work for the CIA, because you would never take Russian money and you're not Russian. But I mean, I really hate the CIA.
Yeah,
and I mean, I mean, that's like very offensive to me. So why would you?
It's like personal for you.
Well, a little bit.
Yeah.
And anyway, like, who is this kid exactly?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's just an accident that the guy exclusively goes after people who are in roughly the same. And then he gets up there and he's like, making Holocaust jokes. And it's like, is it possible that this is like David Duke? And David Duke, every time I had a new show, David Duke would endorse my show. I don't know. Who the hell is David Duke? Well, David Duke is obviously part of a campaign to discredit people on the right. Obviously.
I don't know whether what is the status on Tucker Carlson?
That's true, Doomerang. That's true too, Mr. Fista. 100%. And Amagad, yeah, I got something to say to this, actually. So that is the crux of the way that I try to live my life, because the way people are trying to be drawn towards now is the actions of not even just your parents, but the actions of people who weren't even related to you, but just share your skin color, is something that you should feel personal guilt for.
Yeah.
And that's absolute dog shit. I'm not sorry about that take. Although intelligence agencies can produce a lot of garbage, but yeah, two different things. 100%. 100%. Yeah, it's just crazy, man.
Taking money from Qatar. Because I hear that a lot, but I hear a lot of stuff a lot. He hasn't, zero evidence. Okay, there's not. Okay, so people aren't really sure. I think that there's a lot of people that probably, once you reach a certain level of notoriety, the value of your opinion is noticed by others. And sometimes that value is not communicated in a monetary amount. Sometimes it's communicated in opportunities. It's communicated like Tucker Carlson, super rich. Yeah, I think so. Like, isn't he married into the family of the Swanson fucking frozen food company, right? So like Tucker Carlson is like probably a fucking like he's gonna inherit billions of dollars at some point, right? And so like there's no reason for him to take money.
What was that thing they were calling him? It was like Tucker Tarlson or something like that. Catarlson. It's like,
From what I see, from what I've seen from that, it seemed like Russia reached out and paid a certain amount of money to a talent agency, who then recruited Tucker Carlson to do the interview with them. And that's kind of what all I've seen from the Qatar stuff.
yeah.
I mean, but to be fair, if I'm Qatar, if like I'm the country of Qatar, I mean, I would be paying influencers. That seems to be like the next big cultural kind of pusher, because now that newspapers have lost kind of their dominance and TV shows have lost their dominance, is kind of like there's this new information channel that if countries can target it, they can persuade people in weird ways to do weird things.
Yeah.
I mean, our CIA did that with like CNN and all these other places where, you know, they bring on informants and stuff like that to kind of push a certain narrative.
98% of all technological innovations since the Industrial Revolution, ending global slave trade, ending large-scale food insecurity. The idea of European or white original sin is hilarious. 100%. Yeah. Well, I mean, when you look at America in general, like, we probably had the shortest open slave trade market in the world.
Yep.
It didn't even last 100 years and we abolished it.
I think Korea is one of the highest. I think they've got like
1,200 years.
Yeah.
Over a millennia. Unbroken, by the way. That's the crazy thing to me, right? Like, yeah, there was bad stuff after slavery got ended, like, you know, Jim Crow laws and stuff, but that was all collectivist fucking Democrats, dude.
Yeah. And to be fair, we had a country go to war for something that they didn't, you know, a half of the population didn't believe in. It's kind of like, that's a huge thing. I don't think no other country, it got so bad that they went against their own brethren to then change this law.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that 100%. Yeah.
I mean,
Big Daddy, I don't see you showing up in the actual YouTube chat. I don't know if you've been hidden from chat because of something you said in the past, but I'm seeing you in the StreamYard, but I'm not actually seeing you in chat. So that's worrying to me. But let's continue on with the video.
And I think it's very obvious that Nick Fuentes is exactly the same. Doesn't mean everything he says is false. It doesn't mean he's not talented. He's enormously talented. Doesn't mean he's a bad person. I'm not attacking him personally, but he is clearly part of a campaign to discredit non-crazy right voices.
You know,
that's obvious to me. I've been around.
I can see that, but I don't know that for sure.
No. Or hear me out. Like, it could be something to where the moment Nick Fuentes starts criticizing people, like, he's not, you know, have paid opinions, but the moment his opinions go a certain way, there could be beneficial, I guess, outcomes from doing that. That's how I would see it, instead of just like Nick Fuentes, the only reason he's there is because he's this paid campaign.
Yeah.
Like, the only way I could see him being some sort of a campaign would be if now, like, the moment he has an opinion they agree with, then they start the funding. But see, it's just hard to believe because Nick Fuentes is kind of like, I don't see a public entity putting their money behind Nick Fuentes. He's just, I guess, not accepted by society. So it would have to be something like off the books type stuff.
He's too controversial.
Yeah, it's kind of like no one's gonna put their face behind Nick Fuentes.
Nope.
And to be fair, not all of it's due to what he believes or what he pushes. Some of it because they've generated this boogeyman, and the boogeyman just keeps growing because certain people see certain clips and they're like, "Oh, yeah, that's the racist guy."
Yeah. Yep. 100%. There he is. You're in chat. Don't try to come up, Big Daddy. There's literally nothing on your channel. Sorry, bro. You're more than welcome to hang out and chat, though. All right.
I don't
a long
understand it.
time. I know it when I see it.
Yeah, and I will say I don't understand it. We were very kind to him. Like
I think that that's not always. I mean, he's criticized tons of people. He's been on debates with plenty of people that are left wing. Also, I don't think this is an accurate summary of this. I think obviously, like, he's going to be looking at conservatives and talking more about them very clearly because he thinks that they're the ones that are kind of the gatekeepers of him. So he's going to be at odds with them more often. He debated Steven Crowder, yeah, but he also debated Dean Withers. He's talked with
and Destiny multiple times.
Truly, like we almost said, like we felt maybe he was a bit lonely. We should invite him back for dinner. I mean, that's how good of an experience I had.
It's clearly,
and then it was a 180. So it's either A, it's being driven from like a little boy insecurity, and he just was so worried that he just went on the attack because he doesn't know how to have normal relations after being banned everywhere.
Well, I think there's
that could be one element.
The angry gay kid thing going on. Yeah.
Or it's the
They really are harping on this. Remember, they said there's nothing personal against him. And I'm not even like trying to run defense for Fuentes here, but they've even said I'm not attacking him personally or anything. But they keep calling him like a weird gay kid.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a personal insult right there. And but I actually kind of believe it's more that. I think I'm not going to call him what a angry little boy or anything like that. No, it's just kind of his early political career. When he became popular, it's kind of like, think of what he went through. He went through debanking. He went through deplatforming. He was friends with Kanye. Then Kanye turned on, or he's had a kind of a bumpy relationship with Kanye. Every time he goes somewhere, he's labeled this alt-right, racist, terrible person. And so, I mean, I can generally understand why he's aggressive the way he is when he disagrees with something.
Yeah.
Because everyone's always shouted at it.
Bro, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Live for Life, my favorite troll. Welcome back, bro. Good to see you. Good to see you.
I have heard those rumors, though. There's been a couple incidents that apparently he's been where I think they had the tranny porn or tranny P or whatever they had on there and stuff like that, where they caught him on his live streams and stuff.
See, I haven't looked that far into the guy.
Well, it's just rumors that I would hear because I watch a lot of debates with him in it, and a lot of people bring that up, like the moment instead of tackling his argument.
Maybe he is,
But to be fair, you can't criticize a person's opinions just based off that. I mean, tackle their arguments, not their personal stuff they got going on.
Mr. Fista, that comment, I would pull it up. That shit's hilarious.
But I think people should, if you want to tackle someone like Nick Fuentes, the thing you cannot do is throw personal insults at him.
Dude.
You have to go after his arguments. Because the thing is, he's had worse people come at him and label him even worse than what you're doing now. And
dude.
just tackle the ideas. Just be like, hey, there's a couple of things I agree on. I just think he goes a little too far this way. Just ignore him as a person. Just tackle
Well,
it.
remember,
Go for it.
sorry, I was just going to say, remember during the election, one of the big things the Dem tried to push was that JD Vance was a weird couch fucker.
Yep.
And I mean, like, if you're going to go that route, that's a losing route, obviously.
Yeah.
Like no, people don't care about like the really dumb ad hom attacks.
Mm-mm.
Right? If someone has something to say, confront it head on. You know what I mean? I live for life. I know you think that, but it obviously doesn't change anything. Couch relations.
But see, it's the same thing with Trump. I think Trump posted a meme where he was going after Obama in a police car, and in one of the back police cars, you see fat-headed JD Vance, and it's like, as long as you laugh at yourself and don't take yourself too serious, those insults that they do, they can't hurt you. They really can't hurt you. It's child's play.
Right. Exactly. All right, let's get back to it.
He's just a mad little gay boy. Damn, bro, is that where we at? Shit.
Could be one element.
The angry gay kid thing going on.
Yeah. Or it's what you're saying, where he does this, he's lying to everybody and pretending that things are one way when it's not. I can say
why is he attacking Joe Kent, who, I mean, Joe Kent worked as a CIA contractor, paramilitary contractor. He's in the U.S. military for years fighting our neocon wars. And his wife was killed in Syria in one of those wars. Joe Kent is the single most sincere critic, and I would say the one with the most credibility in the United States, to say this foreign policy is bad. It killed my wife. I was a part of it. Joe Kent is actually someone the CIA doesn't like at all because he understands how it operates. And for Nick Fuentes, who's like some child from Chicago, to go after him specifically, one congressional seat in Washington State.
That is random.
It's not random, though. It's the opposite of random. Joe Kent.
So Tucker Carlson thinks that he's bought and paid for, and it's all a fucking conspiracy. And Nick Fuentes is like a paid plant that is put there in order to discredit neoconservatism and make them more radicalized.
See, if something like that were to be true, I would want to see like corroborating evidence, right? Like I'm not saying that it's not true, but what I'm saying is like when people start talking about paid plants, if you don't have like a bill of sale or any receipts, it's just it's dead in the water to me, right? It's the same thing with the whole like Tenet Media thing where there was like $100,000 or $200,000 that was donated, and then immediately everyone that was like even loosely connected to Tenet Media was
all the people who got licensing deals. So it's just kind of like this company paid to show their like shows and have legal rights to show their shows. It's like it was, to me, it looked like a smear campaign. But it's like with Tucker, if they're doing this to you, it's kind of weird that you are then going to point it out on Nick Fuentes, because if you're saying the whole Qatar stuff's a lie, then why would you then commit that same lie about Nick when there's probably no evidence of it? It's like, unless you have evidence, you're just doing the same thing they're doing against you.
Right. Don't make the claims. Exactly. Yeah. If you can't bring receipts, don't fucking say it. Right?
Yep.
All right.
That's what he's saying. Yeah, exactly, guys. I read that on the back of the dollar bill. It's the triangle.
Kent was number one on the list of people they wanted to knock off, people who believe in our neocon foreign policy. They wanted Joe Kent out because he could stand up and say, I actually know. I've got the receipts. My wife was killed in Syria. You had to take that guy out. And
you're misunderstanding him. Tucker's trying to say Nick attacks only anti-neocon voices.
which is
Fuentes,
true,
this child,
which
this
is a
weird
weird truth. Because it's kind of like with it seems like Nick has his own following and he'll attack. It's like because Dave Smith's done debates with him, brought him on a show. Candace Owens seemed to have been friendly with him, and a lot of these anti-war voices and I guess anti-establishment voices like Nick's gone after just with small disagreements.
Yeah,
But
I
this
haven't looked into Nick Fuentes all that much. I think that's the issue.
But this is sad to hear Tucker and Candace do this.
Yeah, it is. It sucks.
Like they haven't mentioned one kind of argument he's had, and it's been mostly about him and who they think he is.
Yeah. Oh, Live for Life. Yeah, I agree. He was definitely a Pied Piper to some extent. Like you've been around long enough. You should have heard me criticizing Trump for that shit. 100%. I agree. But that's the thing, right? Like they all are Pied Pipers. That's a politician's job.
Mm-hmm.
To like make you think they're going to do something for you so you'll vote for them, right?
Yep.
That was the thing, like Live for Life. The reason why a lot of people on the conservative right were mad at Trump is because he was the same as the Democrats, not different. We weren't mad at him because he was different. I think that's like the big split there, right?
Yep.
The people on the right, they don't like him simply because the people on the right were mad at him because like we're starting to think that he's no different than the rest of our fucking bullshit political system. Where the people on the left, they see him as some like outlier, but he's basically like followed the status quo to some degree. He has done things that are different, but as time has gone on, it's starting to look like he's doing the exact same thing. Right. Exactly. Right. Exactly. Well, not necessarily just for Israel. I think like they mostly act out of selfish interest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So wherever the money that is lining their pockets comes from, that's where they're gonna base their vote on. And the American people don't pay them enough, apparently, in their eyes. So,
gay kid in his basement in Chicago is participating in a super PAC to bump off a gay kid in his basement. You had to take that guy out. And Nick Fuentes, this child, this weird little gay kid in his basement in Chicago, is participating.
See, like they're really harping on that, and it's just a bad look to me, right? Like it's a bad look. I understand, they're what it seems like they're trying to do, because I know, Nick Fuentes is like, he's like a Christian nationalist, like a white Christian nationalist. If you start like painting him as a homosexual,
it's very demeaning to the people that share his opinion.
Right.
And to be fair, it's weaselly, because what he's trying to do is this person's insignificant because of these three qualifiers.
Yeah.
And I do not like that.
Here's his ideas, and here's why they're bad.
Yeah.
He's going, well, it's just a little gay kid that lives in his mom's basement. It's like, dude, come on. Engage with the idea. Argue the idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's the disingenuous side of this. I mean, that's fine. I don't know Live for Life. I have no idea. I'm not a groyper. I've barely watched any of his content.
But it's kind of like, why does that matter to the criticism of John Kent, or his criticism of John Kent?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like, unless he was specifically calling, John Kent gay and stuff like that, bringing up his homosexuality is irrelevant to his criticism.
Yep. Engage with the idea.
Yep. Because I mean, lower class. If we're in a debate and I'm like, you wouldn't know this because you're a bald old man. It's like, but how does that tackle the point of your argument? It does nothing. I'm just trying to make you look like lesser of a person.
Exactly. What's up, True Few? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you. Yeah, no, 150%. Absolutely. Yeah, and it's a bad look, right?
Got the receipts. My wife was killed in Syria. You had to take that guy out. And Nick Fuentes, this child, this weird little gay kid in his basement in Chicago, is participating in a super PAC to bump off Joe Kent.
Wow.
Like, I've been around this my whole life. I know what that is.
Uh-huh.
It's just an organized effort.
Yeah.
And he also did the thing that David Duke always did. Including
Wait, so did he just backtrack on what he said? See, I like Tucker Carlson, but he just backtracked on what he said and then just kind of tried to gloss over it, where he said he was participating in a super PAC and then rude. I'm not speaking about this on an individual level. I'm speaking about it from the level of idea. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying we should all rally around Nick Fuentes, right? But what I'm saying is ideas need to be brought to the public sphere so they can be smacked down. That's the issue, right?
I think only using personal insults to smear Nick as he's not allowed at the table or anything like that only grows his community.
Yeah. Rude, I don't think Nick himself is entitled to anything. I don't give a fuck about the guy. Don't really know his ideals all that much. I know very loosely what he believes. But I do think it's important for these things to be brought to the public sphere so people can see them and they can be engaged with thoroughly, right?
And to be fair, I would say you kind of have to engage with him because there's a big portion of young conservatives that follow him, and I want them to be voting the way I want to vote. And so if they're not aligning with me, I mean, I kind of have to tackle Nick's rationale.
And when you look at the way these things apply sociologically, right? So look at what happened with Trump. Okay, so after, you're good, Rude. You're good. Yeah. But after he lost his presidency and stuff, they started taking him off of Twitter. They did everything they could to shove him into a back dark corner, and it had the opposite effect, right? It had the effect of people weren't listening to the people and taking the people seriously who wouldn't engage with what that person was saying, right? They dismissed it immediately, and then he gathered this martyr complex, which is exactly what happened. I mean, especially after, especially after he almost got shot in the fucking head, okay? People rallied around Trump because they saw him as a martyr. So if you throw somebody into a dark corner and you continue to dismiss them instead of engaging with their ideas, people who finally listen to their ideas have not heard anything that was substantial against it. All they've heard is, well, this guy's bad. And then he might say 2 or 3 things, which I'm not advocating for him, but I'm saying he might say 2 or 3 things that someone engages with, and they go, well, why are they throwing him in the back? This kid actually has some good ideas. And then everything he says past that psychologically is painted in a positive note, right? That's why censorship does not work. That's why it doesn't work. We should not censor left ideas. We should not censor hardcore right-winger, right Christian national ideas. Those things should be brought up to the public sphere so they can be smacked down instead of just painting someone with a broad brush. If you believe this, you're an idiot. This a weird gay kid in the basement. Like all these things, they need to be engaged with in the public sphere.
Yep.
You're trolling, bro.
Me, which is be like, oh yeah, it's my friend, and everyone's like, oh, Tucker Carlson's been endorsed by David Duke. I've been making like the anti-racist argument my whole life.
Right.
Like, I'm not for David Duke.
So I'll say this, Mr. Fista. My big thing is most of the people. So like I read the Communist Manifesto. Okay, it took me 90 minutes tops. Like it honestly didn't even take me an hour and a half to read it, but it took me 90 minutes tops. It was 90% capitalism bashing. So by that metric, it was like, yeah, exactly, Mr. Fista. Like there's literally no economic, like revolutionary economic ideals in it.
No.
It's just wow, cry, I don't get enough. That's literally what the Communist Manifesto is.
It's an advertisement for, for people that are upset with their economic system to try something different.
Yeah, exactly, Rude. Exactly. But then at the same time, though, those ideas can be engaged with in the public sphere and they can be smacked down, right? Yeah. I am not a white Christian nationalist. I think the way that we have this system set up where the government and the churches operate is perfect. The government gets no benefit from the churches. The church gets no benefit from the government. That, unfortunately, even though I am a Christian, that is a way this thing works because people can be corrupted. And you start throwing fucking taxpayers' dollars towards churches when we already have this like broad example of like the Joel Osteens and the Kenneth Copelands of the world, who they get large swaths of money and they hoard it and they become corrupted by it. I'm not saying that like Christianity is corruptible. It's the people who like run the churches. They are. And you give them access to the Department of Treasury, not happening. Especially when you start giving like the government access to church taxes. Should not fucking happen. Like the way our system. Well, no, you can say that. No, live for life. I've never been a Christian nationalist. Not at all.
Mm-mm.
But that's not a benefit from the government, right? So what that does, if the government were to get taxes from the church, it would more than likely be one of the largest taxpayers in the country. And the way the government works is whoever gives the most taxes kind of on an individual basis, they give more of their attention to, right? Like they're going to be pandering to churches more so they can get more tax money. Like that's how the government works, right? So we don't want that. We don't want that in this country. I don't want mosques, synagogues, cathedrals, wherever people go to worship and follow religion. I don't want people to I don't want that corrupt, like government corruption, mega churches corruption. Those two things don't need to meet ever. That's just where I stand on it. I don't necessarily see it as a government benefit that they don't pay taxes. I see it as like a societal benefit. Nah, dude. No, it's a societal benefit that churches don't pay taxes. Seriously. Like, it's just, we don't need any entangling of government and churches. I know, like, on paper, I might have it backwards. I'm talking about in practice. Dude.
Yeah.
I don't fucking trust the government. And I don't trust mega churches. Mega churches ain't Christ. Mega churches ain't God. You know what I mean? That may be a, controversial opinion to have as a Christian, but yeah, I do not see like church money and government money. They don't listen because a business pays the most tax. They pay the most tax because they have the most money to levy. A church not paying tax doesn't change that. Well, that's what I'm saying though, right? Like they advocate specifically for the biggest corporations in the country. Like that's the thing, right? Like our government, they have money in stocks of these massive corporations. And when they write legislation, they do that along the guidelines of where am I going to get the most benefit personally. I do not believe that people who are in government act solely in the interest of their constituents as they're supposed to. Yes, 100%. And like there's a very large argument too, Rude, just to piggyback off what Abe's saying here, that churches being separate from government, churches do more for like the poor and downtrodden than government does. Like the homeless shelters around here, Firehouse, the Foundry, all these things are like paid for by churches. The food, food assistance, and all these different things. Like church is the biggest corporation, so they would still utilize money to drive election outcomes, but without the tax liabilities. But the church doesn't have that much to do with elections. So that right there is why they should stay separate. That's like you just gave, from what it sounds like there, you gave the perfect reason why churches need to stay away from government. All right, let's keep watching.
Do I think David Duke is right when
he's
he's
the leader of the KKK, by the way?
Against affirmative action? You bet I do. But I'm not for David Duke. But David Duke would try to discredit people by hugging them. And that's exactly what Fuentes did. He goes out there, meet all these people, show up, hi, I'm Nick Fuentes. Can I get my picture with you? That's a campaign to destroy credible voices on the right. And Fuentes is part of it. And I know I'm inviting endless trouble by saying this because, this is a kid with a lot of spare time, but it's just a fact. And I've seen it a lot.
Yeah.
And I you can believe me or not, but I know what I'm talking about.
So he called him a little old gay boy, and he said that he's paid by some sort of foreign interest or something like that. Somebody's paying him. The CIA is paying him. There's some degree of bad behavior that's going on. Literally no arguments. Well, I think that there is a lot of insinuation, and this is kind of what happens. I mean, this is a mainstream media thing, right? Where like you don't necessarily say something that's bad about a person, but what you do is you make an implication. And the implication, Nick did a 3-hour response. Can I watch that? Like there's this video. It is 22. Because Nick says words that get me in trouble. Can I watch this one or not? He always.
Well, that's the thing, Rude. Like, so it would. So, okay. Churches don't operate in the same way government operates, where like there's one leader who collects all the money and money like goes up a ladder or anything. It literally like there's lots of churches where the flow of money stops in that building, right? Like with the pastor. So when it comes to mega churches now, that's different. Mega churches and small churches are two completely different things, right? So, you have like, okay, for instance, our mega church here in Alabama is the Church of Highlands. They're massive. They're huge. They pull in insane amounts of money, right? That would be something more akin to what you're talking about. Even though they do a lot of charity and they go out and they help people and do all that, they still do have large, massive swaths of money. Having them tied in with taxpayers' dollars is not something that would benefit society at all, right? It would not benefit society in the least. And I would also, I'd like to see receipts on how, like, that money affects election outcomes. If you have a reference, dude, please send it over. I'd love to see it, but I still think we're just kind of talking past each other. A lot of people, like for me, myself, dude, I've never really gone to like mega churches and been a part of that thing because it doesn't seem as genuine as, like, you know, getting to meet the pastor and talk to him every time you walk in the building. And, you know, like Church of the Highlands, what they do is whenever, his name's Pastor Chris, that's the guy who runs the church, and all the locations all over Alabama, to a large degree, you just watch him on a screen, except at the one that at Grandview, which is where they like kind of headquarter everything. And they have a school and all that. It's all Mountain Brook shit. What's up, Cleaner? Welcome in, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you. Always good to see you, bro. Veterans collecting a disability check don't pay taxes on any of the disability. Should they not be allowed to vote or affect politics or be politicians? Not necessarily. I mean, like when you're in that position, you worked and you gave your life for the country in that regard, right? And you ended up in that position from the work that you did for the betterment of the nation. You know, I think you're referring back to a conversation I had with Beth the other day. And yeah, of course, like I'm not going to take an absolute stance on that for sure. Yeah, I definitely think there's.
It's your sacrifice. Like your sacrifice should come with privileges.
Right, 100%. Yeah. There's definitely like wiggle room on that. I know I say things kind of impassioned and I can sound pretty absolute with stuff, but like there's definitely reasonable like middle ground to have discourse on things like that for sure. If we're talking about churches not paying taxes and they're giving a large majority of their time for the betterment of others, and they do affect politics, fair. I mean, so when I say like, yep. See, I'm not for that. I'm against that 100%. I am 100% against that. I agree. Yeah. So okay. I'll say it will affect politics indirectly. I guess what I was more, the way I had read that, like affecting election outcomes, is more of like putting money in certain places to like funnel into a PAC or something, you know. I think that's what I was more or less like getting at with that. That's just where my mind was with it when I said that, you know. So if you're saying more or less like if the church is giving money to like charitable things and it's giving people more of an idea on what things do more for people in society, then yes, to some degree, that would definitely affect politics. That's kind of inarguable. I'd say that's a solid position for sure. But to the degree of like, throwing a bunch of money towards a politician in like a political action committee or something like that, to me, I haven't seen that yet. Based? That's based. Yeah, for sure. With an incentive and ability to now fund candidates, is a pack that far off? Well, I mean, if that's actually what's going on, where like churches are able to endorse people and stuff, that's pretty much a political action committee. Like, it's just not. It just doesn't take on the name. You know what I mean? I'm against that entirely. Just to restate my previous point, I think money from churches and money from government, like taxpayers' dollars and church money, should never intermingle. Yeah, they're allowed to make a profit. I mean, like, just from what I've seen, right? Like,
I mean, Joel Osteen seems to be making a profit.
yeah.
A little profit, but a profit.
Yeah, well, and I'm completely against it, Rude, for sure. Those two things should never intermingle. That's just my opinion. That's fair. That's fair, Cleaner. That's a good point. I think, like, yeah, Mr. Fista, no shit, dude. It's a weird one to me because it's just dirty at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
It starts to muddy the water. I understand where you're coming from because, yeah, mega corporations, they lobby politicians into power for their own benefit every election cycle. So I agree with you 100% there. Man, it's just it's sketchy territory that we've gotten to in society with the way that things are run now.
I guess to harp on your point, it's just kind of, you're worried that the government's going to infect the church. And it's like, keeping those two things as separate as you can will go better in the long term of not corrupting, all these churches into now being political spokespersons.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Fista, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. He said, "You think I'm a weird little gay kid in my mom's basement?" Well, you're right. Well, not about everything.
The Floridian slip.
Dude, you know what? Honestly, I'm with that. I'm with that 100%. Rude, it's also to the betterment of society, I believe. That's just to me. That's, oh, dude, GB, thank you, man. I appreciate that, bro. That means a lot, dude. Thank you. Yeah, bro, you're the bomb, dude. Thank you, man. Yeah. That's the problem, bro. Like, that's why it needs to get left out of government, dude. That's why. If one church is viewed more favorably to the government based on how much money they pay in taxes, that church is going to get pandered to more in politics.
Or what happens, or how long does it take for the first church to start saying, "Hey, if you vote for this politician, you're going to hell"?
Base, Cleaner, absolutely. I think the Fed should stop being allowed to donate to Democrats' personal bank accounts 100%, dude.
Agreed.
I mean, to a degree, you're right. To a degree, you're right. They don't. But that's a good thing. Like, to me, I believe society needs that. Society needs separate things to be separate.
This may be wild, but I don't think cultures can either.
Yes, Damie, go ahead, man. I'm gonna confirm with you in in Discord before I let you up, because someone tried to fake your account already. So yeah, well, I mean, like, if they're getting tax dollars, that's fucking terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They shouldn't. Dude, whether it's oh, sorry, I missed your message earlier, Stammy. My bad, dude. I'm just seeing it now. All right, Abe, I just got your message too. I'm gonna read that. Those two things, just to me, right? Like those should be completely excluded from each other. You know, I think that's not a route we want to go down, man. Oh yeah, Abe, I'm definitely gonna read that, bro. For show, dude. It looks good. It looks good. What do y'all think of the new camera angle, man? It's not like incredibly different, but I had to move the camera over because I'm getting a boom mic stand, so I'm not gonna have the fucking headphones around my neck anymore. And the position that it was in before, there'd be like a microphone hanging in front of my face while I'm talking. So at least with this, I can have the mic over here and then talk to the camera with my face actually showing. Mr. Fista, he got all fucking cheesed off at me and called me a bunch of names in Discord, and then blocked me on Discord. I haven't seen him since, so you know, I hope the best for him, man. He's not a bad person by any stretch. Thank you. I appreciate it. See my face head on. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's continue on. I love Fuentes' reaction, because it is funny. Mr. Fissa was right. He does admit to being gay on accident.
He uses gamer language unless he talks about race. Okay, if he starts bringing up race, we're gonna get worried. Okay.
I'm being accused of being the CIA by Peter Thiel's best boys, by Tucker Carlson with his daddy. Tucker Carlson's, and you know what? Here's the other thing. Tucker Carlson said I'm a weird gay kid in the basement. Yeah, and I'm from Chicago. You're right. Well, okay, you're not right about all. But I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Tucker Carlson says, I have so many trust funds, I never have to work. Tucker went to a $45,000 per year private high school, then a $45,000 per year selective Ivy League school in New England.
Jesus.
Tucker Carlson's daddy was a Reagan appointee.
Wow.
And then after years of bragging about being an elite, bragging about being so out of touch and so rich, now he's going to be the spokesperson for all the white people. Now he's going to roll up his sleeves. I just like to hunt and fish in my log cabin. I care about.
I think that there's a lot of LARPing going on, and this is something that happens with a lot of people. And it sounds weird, but this is one of the reasons why I do not indulge in a lot of other like luxuries that other people that are in my position do indulge in. It's because I don't want to live a life that is an abstraction from what the average person goes through every day, because it makes me harder to relate to. It makes me harder to understand other people's stuff, etc. And I think that this is something that's not unique to Tucker Carlson. It's something that's not unique to right-wing people. It's a general thing. It's like how all the Democrats got together in a luxury hotel, spent $20 million to discuss how they could get through to working class Americans.
Yeah.
That
shit's crazy to me, bro. And he's right. I mean,
Yeah.
like, it's one of the reasons why I told me he beat me in a debate already, so he doesn't want to debate me. I believe he means one of the debate shows where I take it easy on people to promote the show. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I hope the best for him, man. I really do. He's never gonna. I doubt he's ever gonna come back on to this panel, at least until he unblocks me and apologizes for some of the shit that he said. Because oh yeah, Stammy, take your time, bro. Take your time. I see you in Discord, but I don't think that's gonna happen. So. I hope the best for him, though, man. He's not a bad guy. All right.
basically where it is. Bro, you're just lazy? Well, it's a little bit more than that. Makes it harder? Yeah, sure.
A Klarna.
To argue you're LARPing poor, knowing it should fail if there's a safety net, it's never the same. No, you're right. Absolutely. My experience as somebody who has money is going to be different than the experience of somebody who doesn't have money, obviously. And I never hide that. That's the thing. Is like, how many other streamers show their revenue? Nobody, really.
And credit card debt. But then when it comes to me, I'm one of the real disaffected white people. You want to talk about me and them? I am them. He says Nick Fuentes is leading all of the disaffected young white men. I am a disaffected young white man. I was a precocious, intelligent, young white college student who went to Boston University, who was pro-Trump and red-pilled by Trump and animated by Trump's message of America first. And I asked questions about Israel, and I was punished for it. I did it years before Tucker Carlson started talking about Israel.
I think this is what happens. And like with Nick, this is the same thing, is that more and more people that try to express dissent at all end up.
See, now I will say this, right? Yes, he has, bro. He absolutely has. 100%, dude. Absolutely. For sure, bro.
I was going to say, he's definitely leading an aspect of our culture right now, especially with younger generation.
Absolutely.
The only thing, man, fucking get rid of those bugs. Bomb your house. That's a normal American thing.
You know what I think is more important than that? He needs to realize how universal basic income is unsustainable for a society.
Okay, that's a good point.
And he also needs to realize how if we were ever to move towards something like a single payer healthcare system, we would have to reform our entire healthcare industry, because they are literally already incentivized to charge us whatever the fuck they want. And until that changes, until our government actually fucking advocates for us with how much of our tax dollars already go to funding the healthcare industry, until we have some form of advocacy on the citizens' end of things, we do not need citizens paying more money for healthcare.
Nope.
Bottom line. That's just it's ridiculous that people even advocate for that in this country, because like one of the issues is we always put people that like are in the healthcare industry, and of course, like, you know, people who are EMTs and who work in emergency rooms, you know, like trauma nurses and stuff. Those kind of people are very important and they do a very good job. But that's not the entirety of the healthcare industry. No. We're also talking about like pharmaceutical developers and medical sales reps and all these different kinds of people who are totally happy charging the most amount of money they possibly can to make as much of a commission or profit margin that they possibly can at the detriment to the people who are actually utilizing or having these things utilized on them, whether it's medicine or technology, right? And if we're going to be in this position in this society where those people are not incentivized to lower their prices at all, actually the inverse, where they're given leeway to have no competition in the market for a given period of time, make as much profits as they possibly can, because the way the FDA works is they stifle competition and delay the patents for generic versions of these things. If there's no competition being allowed in the market, these people are going to run wild for their profit margins. Okay, so you know, that's why single payer healthcare, that whole idea is just it would not work with the paradigm that we're in society right now. We could actually fund universal emergency healthcare if we stopped the federal government's involvement in state matters. We would have at least 1.3 trillion a year available. What do you mean by states matters? Like in regards to healthcare? I'm just curious, Cleaner. Like, I actually want to know. I'm just kind of looking into your position.
I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to universal emergency healthcare. It's just how will it be implemented, and I guess
What's going on, Ashton? Welcome back in, bro. Good to see you, man. Right, 100% Cleaner. Yeah. See that, like, it's not entirely run by people like Hassan and Destiny anymore. You know, where, like, luckily they're not, because those guys, like, they're losing their grip and they're just becoming more and more and more and more and more unhinged. And, like, I genuinely think the reason they give these unhinged ideas is so they can drive traffic to their channel, but they're getting the wrong kind of traffic, right? Like, Destiny has not grown his channel at all. If anything, it's gone in the opposite direction, where, you know, I think the last time I was looking, his last 5 videos all had under 100,000 views, which is great, by the way.
does he do YouTube?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, I thought he was mainly like a Twitch or Kick or whatever other platform.
Well, he probably makes more money on Kick, but, like, he's streaming right now. He has 8,000 people watching, right? But that's okay. So, oh wait, no, hold on. Those are older videos. Here, let's see. All right, so interesting. It seems like he's starting to pick back up. See, he's focusing on drama again, dude. He's not posting about politics anymore. That's what it is. When he was posting about politics all the time, his views went down. People don't give a shit about his political views. That's great.
That's fair.
100%. Yeah. Whenever he focuses on drama, he gets mad fucking views. Like, there's drama between him and Pisco, 306K. Another Pisco drama video, 224K. A video called Destiny Clears His Name, 267K. Slams MAGA debater in immigration confrontation, 152. Trump's not that bad, 132. When he starts going off on, like, his political ideals and things, people don't want to hear it anymore.
Yeah, I don't like these. But the drama, it riles them up, gets the base going.
Yeah, but it's drama between him and other people on his side, which is beautiful.
Well, do you know anything about why him and Pisco are griefing?
Nope. I don't care about either of them.
I don't either.
Yeah, it's infighting. And, like, you know, Destiny's all about money. I highly doubt he actually believes a lot of the shit that he says, man. He's the gayest communist competition.
Well, I also wonder how many takes does he have that are his own takes anymore? Because it seems like he gets in weird elements where he just defends everything.
Yep, he'll defend something, or he'll go on like really unhinged attacks
Yep.
toward people who vote for certain people, and you're not winning anybody with that. You know what I mean? Like, it's the state's government getting the tax breaks, not the people. Yes, bro, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, states that support electric vehicles get a tax break. States that supported affirmative action, DEI, got massive tax breaks, although I think Trump killed the last one. I'm pretty sure he did. And BBB just didn't it end the EV mandate?
You talking about Trump's BBB, right?
Yeah.
Did it end it or did it reduce it?
It might have reduced it. I'm not exactly sure. And yeah,
I'm happy about that. But I think, to be fair, the whole market should be like that. Like, I guess, because I'm not a big fan of oil subsidies or petroleum subsidies either. I wish the government would just take a step back and let that market, produce on its own.
Yeah, 100%, dude. Just let them do it. Or let the market handle itself.
Yep.
That's my big issue is I'm like, no one is going to be able to convince me that people in Congress who pass all the legislation that initiates regulations aren't doing it in a form where they can bolster their own fucking stock portfolio off of it. No one can convince me of that, dude. What up, Stamey? Welcome in, brother. Good to see you, man.
How's it going, guys?
It's going good, bro.
What you talking about?
Complaining.
All sorts of stuff, man. We're kind of going down all sorts of different lanes. Bad thing is Trump and conservatives will generally be fair-handed compared to when libs get power with regards to federal budgets. Yeah, I mean, Trump hasn't been too good about that now. I mean, he just jacked our budget up pretty high. We'll see what happens. Propaganda campaign for DEI, sexuality inclusion, $300 billion as of last year. Yeah. The Dems spend the fuck out of tons of money on bullshit that could have been used for poor people to at least get emergency care. Based. Absolutely. 100%, dude. 100%. Absolutely fucking base, Cleaner. Yes. Thank you. Holy shit. Like,
they would rather just use a NGO to then somehow pocket the money.
yeah.
Because we could be funding certain NGOs that are, doing volunteer care with hospitals and stuff like that to try and bolster that aspect, but they would rather send it to Afghanistan so they can have Sesame Street.
Sesame Street.
You need your Sesame Street now. That's what makes you a diplomatic country, is if you have Sesame Street or not.
Oh my god, sorry. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Save me. The sneeze. Ooh. At least it doesn't hurt anymore.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Did you have surgery not that long ago?
Yeah, like 4 weeks ago. It's starting to tighten up a little bit.
You feeling better, bro?
Yeah, a lot better. It's just a little cramping every now and then, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I kind of like, you can keep me on the bottom if you want, bro.
Well, I mean, you got your cam up.
Yeah, I was going to say, might as well.
I like hanging down there, bro. You know, like. Oh.
Yeah.
I just goof off down there. It's fun.
No, yeah, Scott. You know what is infuriating to me? There are still people in North Carolina that have not gotten their FEMA money.
I got a FEMA story. I just got my FEMA payout in May of this year. Now, I didn't have a lot of damages like that. I think the biggest expenditure that I had is when we lost power. My wife's insulin expired, and so we had to get more, but it wasn't that much of an inconvenience.
Yeah, yeah.
But a year later is insane.
Yeah, dude.
And then, like you said, I mean, there's still aspects of people in North Carolina who haven't gotten FEMA money.
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about it.
Cleaner. So Cleaner, I will say a lot of people don't understand the scope of $1.3 trillion.
Oh,
A lot of people don't
I
understand.
do
how much money
understand.
that is.
Well,
Yeah.
when you think in the
So-
aspect of the government, you don't think in the vastness of it. Like you don't
Right.
Think
if you
about
were to
how
look-
life-changing $10,000 for you would be right now.
Oh, dude, $3,000 would be life changing for
Right.
me.
3,000, 5,000, something's little. Now take that and multiply it by another 10,000 at least. And that's not even close to what we're fucking talking about here.
Right.
Not even fucking this percentage of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's an unfathomable amount of money unless
It
you
is, dude.
work
Yeah.
with it. It's crazy, bro.
I mean, I guess at the end of the day, if it's not directly your money, it's like people don't think in the vastness of how much they're forcing other people to spend.
Yes.
Like, if you were a trillionaire, you could give away 99% of your money and you'd still have $10 billion.
Dude, I forget. This is making me think of another conversation I had about like how like a billionaire could crumble an economy, or if they like released a certain percentage of their money.
Yep.
Or something like that. And it made me think about how they're taking this AI technology and placing it in like developing countries, and I feel like that could have the same effect.
Yeah.
It's like enchanting them with this technology, and all of a sudden people with no infrastructure have access to iPhone 15s with Chat GPT.
Yep.
And you're like, wait, what the fuck's going on here? They don't even have good water.
Right.
But you've got a fucking Chat GPT telling you all these things. Dude, it's crazy, bro.
Who's coding it in that region?
Yep.
Right, who's working on it? Well, that's the thing, is actually that ties into another thing I was studying for my argument paper, how they're like taking this AI to these developing countries, and then it begs the question of like, well, who is coding this stuff? And it's people from California.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's like we're sending Western ideology to a developing country. We're basically infiltrating them with the wokeness, dude,
Yeah.
through the Chat GPT. Because any question they ask, it's going to tell them, oh, well, it's this thing, based on the person who, whatever information they coded it with.
It's going to create their worldview.
Exactly.
Hey, Cleaner, by the way, I'd like you to see this. So, you know how they've talked about how, like, well, they haven't actually, Doge never found any fraud. I got something for you.
I see, dude. Is Abe in here right now?
He was, I think.
Chat? Abe
Oh,
Dinkus?
yeah. He posted in there at 6:26.
Dude, Abe Dinkus, bro. Message me on Discord. I want to show you something.
That's all. It's both the same link. I just posted it twice, so it was easier to see. But check that one out, dude. That got literally 0 airtime, bro. 0, none. And that's why, like, one of my little theories is that Doge has not stopped doing what they're doing. They're just not in the public eye anymore. They're still running through all of the books on things. I'm really interested to see what's going to come of all this, because it's part of me wants to think that they're building cases on people without having like any official warrants or anything going into things, and they're building cases on people, so they're going to do to the Democrats what the Democrats did to Trump, where they're either A, going to actually throw him in jail, or B, just going to fucking weigh him down with a bunch of legal issues right before the midterms.
I mean, I could definitely see it. Or you just keep subtly dropping this type of stuff right here.
Team of autists.
Massive, I guess, corruption related stuff to the government, and you just keep subtly dropping it and subtly dropping it. I mean, that could do wonders in your favor.
What's up, Adam Price? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate you, man. All right, let's get back to this Nick Fuentes crash out.
Is this your first time seeing this video?
This is
No.
my first time.
Your first time? Okay,
Yeah.
I watched it the other day too.
I heard that he had that this video is out. I just haven't watched it yet.
I think the best part about the video is he actually throws on the red flannel for the crash out, the valid crash out, mind you. And he starts talking about that. I think at some point he's like, "I am the red flannel wearing American," and I was like, "You literally are right now." I think he mentioned something about that. I could be wrong though. I might just be stupid.
So that's from the
Ignore me.
6th of November 2020. Okay, after we get done with this video, I'm going to pull this link up that Cleaner sent me.
Okay.
Okay.
That's insane, dude. And it par for the fucking course, man. All right. Bro, you saw the media interviews, definitely a bit of Tism going. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Who's that one kid who, like, they found that the reason that they put him on the team was because what he was doing was they found a bunch of scrolls that had been burned in lava, and he had developed a means to actually transcribe them and what were written on those scrolls from like the ashes, because of the way that the burn marks on the inside reacted with the ink at the time. He figured out a way to utilize, this kid's like 18 years old, bro. Figured out a way to utilize technology to like pull what was actually on these scrolls off based on a very the people in Doge were fucking geniuses, man. Like literally geniuses. Craziness, dude.
Damn.
Yeah. We're definitely gonna pull that article up after this video's done, dude, for sure. All right.
Getting kicked out, and it radicalizes them even more. And I think this is what's happened with a lot of different voices on all types of the political spectrum, is that you have somebody that wants to ask questions about like obvious inconsistencies or problems, right? It's things like, for example, how is it America first if we're doing things that are in Israel's best interest? That is a legitimate, real question.
Yeah.
It's not an anti-Semitic question. It's not an illegal question. It's not hate speech. It's genuine, honest, reasonable, and fair. And if you can't ask that question and they can't answer that question, that says a lot more about them than it does about you.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he so personal about this? Well, because Tucker Carlson called him a little gay boy from Chicago. And I feel
Literally.
like that's fair. Right? I mean, you want to be personal. Personal is going to go both ways.
Yeah. And that was, to me, that was one of the more disingenuous things that Tucker Carlson did there. Was he started off by saying, well, I'm not attacking him personally. I'm not making this personal. I'm not saying personal. And then literally started calling him like a weird little gay kid in his mom's basement. It's like,
out
bro,
of nowhere.
You know what I
He
mean?
just started
Like,
getting triggered. Like as he talked about it, he started like spurging a little bit and just like creating little like anecdotes about
I
him.
kind
Or,
of
like,
agree with that. He was doing a little spurge in there.
there's like a light spurg, and then he would like. I speak from experience of like when I get irritated or passionate about a subject, I'll just kind of domino effect into more. Sometimes if I'm angry, I'll spout off some ad homs or some rude shit that I don't even necessarily know is true or not. I'm just being me.
Right. Heat of it.
And yeah, so he was kind of doing something that I've experienced before.
Yeah.
What is he talking about? I was like,
and this isn't like a fuck Tucker Carlson thing, because I like Tucker Carlson, but I do see where he's wrong, and this also isn't me like being yes, that was the spectrographic X-ray. Yes, yeah, dude, really crazy how he did that, man. Like it was really interesting. Those are the kind of people that Elon Musk got together for Doge. Like these people are insanely fucking smart. But and also at the same note though, this isn't like I'm trying to run defense for Nick Fuentes here. I really don't understand like the depth of what his political what the depth of his like political views are or anything. I just there has to be some form of like come on, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Israel last year.
I think it was funny too. If you
And I
read some of
sat-
Asmon's chat as it goes by, there's people who are like, he didn't even say he was gay. He never said that. And I was like, bro, did you listen to the same interview?
yeah.
Tucker Carlson started saying it multiple times in a row.
Yeah. He said it at least twice.
Yeah.
You know?
People just keep
And
calling
I was
him gay in the chat too.
Right.
targeted by
All the
the
trolls.
ADL, by the SPLC, by the federal government, by the conservative movement that both Candace and Tucker were a part of. Candace and Tucker had nothing to say about Israel until it became unavoidable last year. Not popular, but unavoidable. And now they want to gatekeep me out and do this personality attack and say I'm a bitter loser in my basement from Chicago. I'm a kid from Chicago. And they slipped up there because they forgot for 1 second that they're pretending to be the spokesperson for exactly that kind of person. Tucker's mask slipped, and he forgot for a minute that for 8 years he's been pretending to care about the plight of weird kids in their parents' basement who are broke and didn't go to an Ivy League school, living in cities that don't matter like Chicago, not like Washington, D.C. or L.A. or New York.
I think Nick is right about this, by the way. He is. And the fact is that there's a lot of guys out there, and this is where you're seeing a lot of this online resurgence and a lot of this online right-wing tilt. I think it's
freaking
primarily
lighting
from
him up in
disaffected young
Asmon's
men.
chat.
Primarily. And you see this constantly. This is why if you look at demographics, like if I can just pull this up real quick.
Yeah.
Support for Trump
Goodness.
Gen Z by gender. So if I can just show you real quick what this image is here, if I can.
So I will say I had heard that comment. You were right. What's up, Kat? Good to see you. How you doing today? Thanks for coming in. Always good to see you. But I heard that comment. Yeah, I mean, so this is what I would think of why people have gone so like hardcore against him, because you know, especially in his chat, a lot of the people in Asmon's chat are right wing. You know, I've been in his chat before. I've talked my shit in the chat. A lot of people don't want to be associated with that.
Yeah.
Bottom line, there's a lot of right wingers who do not want to be associated with this like white Christian nationalist kind of ideology. I don't, because I'm not a white Christian nationalist. I'm a nationalist for sure. I want the absolute best for my country, and if it comes at the detriment of other countries, oh well, sorry. Like, that's just kind of where I stand with it. Does it necessarily have to be at the detriment of other countries? No. If we can avoid it, great. But at the end of the day, I live in the United States of America, and I want the betterment of my country. It would be wonderful if every country could benefit all over the world, all together, all at once. We could all hold hands and say kumbaya, and everyone get, you know, kind of an equal amount of progression in the world. And that's not reality.
Yeah.
It can't happen that way. There's balance in the world, right? It's unfortunate, but like, I have this flag behind me because I love this country. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
But, you know, anyway, I also don't want to be like associated with people who think collectively, right? Like people who have this idea that, you know, if you're white, you're in this group. If you're black, you're in this group. If you're Mexican, you're in this group. If you're Christian, you're in this group. If you're Islamic, you're in this group. You know, like I don't want to be associated with that at all. I'm an individualist. Like, to me, that individualism is liberalism, right? Like true classical American liberalism. Like thinking of everyone in this country as an American, and that's the only group that we need to have in this country.
Yeah.
There's Americans and non-Americans, and our legislation should focus on benefiting Americans, right? If you're non-American and you get a benefit out of some trade policy or whatever, great. I'm happy for you. But, you know, to me, that's where it comes down to. We should talk about what, Abe? Absolutely. Yes. 100%, Scott. Yeah. See, that's where my big argument for like, there's people who, they believe that the parties switched over time or whatever. I mean, if you look at, from Abraham Lincoln, right, with the abolition of slavery, that's the individualist policy. That's not saying you can't own black people anymore. That's saying you can't own slaves at all.
Yep.
Period. Doesn't matter who you are, right? And you look at the way the Republican Party is today, they're still individualists. What policies have the Republicans come up with that was solely targeted towards white people? None, right? Democrats are the exact opposite. Back in the day, they had Jim Crow laws. Black people can't go into white establishments. They can't go into white schools. They can't do this. They can't do that. Today, they have the same kind of policies. Black people get more favor from welfare. They get more favor from food stamps. They get more favor from this, from that, right? Like, that's, to me, that right there instantly proves that there was no party switch. The only thing that happened is Democrats went from focusing racial policies on white people to focusing on other people. Like, that's it. Anyway. That's where the core of my beliefs comes from, right? If we all just look at each other and treat each other as Americans, things will go better for everybody in the country. Based. It's the people, bro. The politicians don't do anything to make the country better. We do. 100%. All right.
Find this. Trump support among young men very surprisingly. Where's the new one here? A significant gender divide among Gen Z voters. Now, this is obviously a later one. A lot more men. Look at that. 40% of men support Trump versus 26% of women. This is a massive gender divide. A gigantic gender divide. Like, it's almost double. And so really, I think that definitely there are those are the people that are consuming this content. It is young guys that have been disaffected, disenfranchised, and they feel like the country no longer puts their interests first. They feel like the country puts the interests of Israel first. They feel like the country puts the interests of immigrants first. They feel like the country puts the interests of women first. And that's not even necessarily a bad thing. But whenever you have opportunities where, you want to go to college, you have equality. Well, if you have equality, then why are women getting preferential treatment? The biggest beneficiaries of DEI aren't black people. It's white women.
That is true. The people who have gotten the most benefit off of like DEI policies has been white women.
That's right. And companies first, exactly. So
Another
these
basement
are the
gold take.
why I think that
I'm looking at you, Kat.
A lot
Yeah,
of the
Kat, I was
guys
just
that
thinking the same
watch
thing, bro.
Nick
Freaking
are
Kat.
disaffected young guys around his age that probably feel the exact same way. I don't think it's all American. I think there's a lot of Europeans there too, but it's very common.
Excuse me.
And that's why he had such disdain and contempt for me in that moment. Between the personality attacks, he's lonely, he's weird, he lives in a basement. I'm sorry, did you guys forget that that's your target audience that you're trying to pander to?
I'm glad he just admits it. Yes, a lot of the people, and this is the same thing I said with relationship content.
Dude, he's honestly like he's kind of hitting the nail on the head.
Yeah.
The whole thing was based. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he's hitting the nail on the head.
That a lot of the people that I know that are happily married and they have kids and they have no problems, do you know what they're doing? Not posting on the internet about it. They're not going out and giving relationship advice and talking about how all women are whores or how they're not whores. They're not talking or thinking about it at all. They're out there with their wife taking care of their kids. So you have a selection bias here that happens where a lot of the people, when Ethan did those subpoenas, how is it that every single person that got their information leaked was in their 30s unemployed, and living with their parents. That's crazy. Wow. Dog walkers, yeah, a lot of coincidences. Yeah, those are the people.
It's easy to be a communist when you have no personal responsibility in your life.
Yep.
Yeah, he does, bro. He does. I'll give credit where credit's due. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the kid on like everything, but you know,
Listen to some of his debates. He's a smart guy. I will give him that.
Mr. Fist. He says Frogan's a powerful weapon of the LGBT. Her face can turn a man gay instantly. That's rough, man.
Not Frogan.
Froggin.
Old Frogger.
Consuming this content. Absolutely. And the reason why is because
look, I'm very careful to not comment on like people's appearance and the way they look, you know. But when you say things like those soldiers deserve their PTSD and shit like that, and you say that on the internet, you just opened yourself up.
Yep.
100%, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's abhorrent, dude. You should never do that.
Agreed.
Kamala's voice too. Yeah, no shit, cleaner. Absolutely.
A lot of the people that are disaffected, angry, and in their basement, the reason why that they're watching these videos is because they're there in the first place. If they had a successful job, if they were happy, if society treated them in a way that they thought were fair,
I don't think he's denied
they
the
had
gay stuff
outcomes.
yet.
What were you saying?
I said I don't think he's denied any of the gay stuff yet.
He did.
earlier.
He did.
Okay,
So
okay.
he, like when he said you're right. Well, not right about everything. I mean, he like, you know, anybody who was watching him kind of knew that's what he was implying, is that he's not actually gay.
Well, I was reading this little chat over here, and some of the people in or a lot of people in the chat disagree. They've been flaming him over in Asman's chat.
Oh yeah. Well, it's, you know, like I was saying. What's up,
Like-
Robert Whaley? Good to see you, man.
like
Thanks
a
for jumping
meme.
in, bro. Yeah. What Robert Whaley? What Asmongold's his whole audience is made up of a good bit of right wingers, you know.
Mhm.
And Nick Fuentes, for like what I know of him just colloquially, he represents a lot of things that the right is trying to diverge from, right?
Yeah.
Like he represents an idea that people have of the right that typically people on the right don't carry, at least today, you know?
Mhm.
And I think like there's a lot of people that they want him to be looked at in a negative light.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I get it. I get it. I don't want to be associated with fucking white Christian nationalism, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So, you know, to some degree, it's like they could be being genuine, but at the same time, they also like, you know, they want to rag on him because his ideas are abhorrent to a lot of people who are on the right wing.
Yep.
They thought were preferential, then they wouldn't be there consuming the content to begin with. That's what's going on. And this isn't something that's unique to Nick. This is something that's true with all political commentary, because most political commentary on the internet starts with a grievance. And then it basically is saying that you have this problem in your life because of this system. And in some cases, they're right. But at the end of the day, it attracts a lot of people that have problems and that are looking for ways to find out why that problem is happening in their life. That's it.
Did you forget that for 2 seconds? And I'm the inauthentic person? I am that person. I am a spokesman for the disaffected white man because I am one, and you two are not. Candace Owens got married to British royalty worth $200 million after meeting him for 2 weeks on Zoom. What the fuck is even that about?
Dude, holy shit,
Got him.
dude. He is going in right
I told
now.
you he's cooking, dude. He cooked
Holy
the
shit.
whole time.
Gotta give it to him,
He was
man.
like,
Look, I'm not trying to glaze Nick Fuentes right now, but dude, he's on one, dude. Like, I gotta give it to him. He's right. He's right, boys. He's right about this.
don't worry, he can let him cook up old Tucker Carlson here too. He does him up too. A little bacon and eggs.
All right,
back
let's
to back.
hear it.
And Tucker Carlson's dad ran the CIA's propaganda empire fighting the Soviet Union. He went and fought with the Contras when he was in college. When I was in college, I was doing a webcam show in my friend's dorm room criticizing Israel. So who's the CIA cutout? Who's the inauthentic one? Who's the crazy, hateful one?
I will say the one thing I do disagree with there is Tucker is not. She fell for his intrinsic values.
God, jeez.
Yeah. So I will say the one thing I disagree with is he didn't really say much about Tucker there, which he probably will. I'm not saying he won't, but he didn't really go after Tucker himself. He went after his father, and Tucker's not necessarily like a product of his dad. At least it has not been like the correlation has not been shown there yet. You know what I mean? We'll see what happens.
I would never describe a well-meaning young white person who's trying to get ahead as a weird kid in his basement from Chicago. And what is that supposed to mean? What is wrong with being from Chicago?
I think that there's also a component to it as well, and this is true with any media personality, is that a lot of media personalities try to downplay each other because of market share. They don't want to see up-and-comers, like get attention over them. They don't want to see people get any degree of notoriety in a way that they don't have or in a way that they can't achieve. And so when they see somebody doing well or succeeding, they oftentimes try to make fun of them and laugh at them or, make them look bad. I think another parallel to this is, remember all of the, Twitch-centric streamers that were dogging on and making fun of Aiden Ross in like 2021? And like everybody was joking around, like, oh, this guy's an idiot, he's a loser, like he's dumb, etc. Like it's very common. And again, the reason why is that it's gatekeeping. I think that there's a tremendous amount of gatekeeping in media. And also that explains the friendly fire. Because people, like, I'm not, like, theoretically, like, a lot of people that watch me aren't going to go and watch somebody like fucking Mike from PA or Hassan. Because we just have different viewpoints and we talk about things differently. They're going to watch somebody who has similar viewpoints to mine, but they differ slightly. So really, if you look at it from a self-preservationist point of view, it would make sense why they would attack each other that are inside of the same sphere. Do you see what
See, and it kind of sucks too, because like I was saying earlier, his kind of like fringe ideas should be brought to the forefront of public discourse. These things should be talked about. They should be confronted, right? And by like just dissing somebody and throwing them onto the back burner and not letting these things be hashed out in the public square, that is going to breed what has become like the Groyper movement, right? Instead of it being a movement, it's something where people had this idea, they saw its efficacy, they saw the way it could stand up for itself against differing beliefs. And then instead of them being like, well, fuck Charlie Kirk and fuck Tucker Carlson and fuck Candace Owens, now they can go, well, I don't agree with them on everything, but they were right here. They were right there, Yeah. Here, 1 second.
You're good. I'm going to step away real quick, too. Don't worry, I'm coming. I'm just making some coffee.
That's a good question, Istami. Does the coffee have creamer in it?
Do
Does your coffee got creamer in it?
what?
I said, does your coffee have creamer in it?
Does it matter?
It does.
Why does it matter?
No,
And who does it matter to?
Sorry about that, guys. Family first, man. Family first. If it means I lose some viewers on the stream, I'm not worried about that. My family always comes first. I apologize.
I was just giving Stamy a hard time about putting creamer in his coffee.
I never confirmed or denied if I had creamer in my coffee. I just asked a question.
I kind of did the guilt by association.
Yeah, I have creamer in my coffee.
I knew it.
Yeah,
They called me a
but about
conspiracy
a
theorist.
spoonful of creamer though, like probably not even enough to make a difference.
Scott Hot Vet, he's got it, bro. Don't cut my drug. Just good old black. See, for me, creamer is just.
And really, it's just milk. So I didn't even. Really put creamer in,
Well, for me, creamer is like just another expense, right? I'm not addicted to drugs. They just spice up my coffee.
Mr.
Well.
Fista, creamer is literally heavy cream with extra sweeteners in it. That's all it is. That's what creamer is.
Yeah. Liberal juice.
Or apparently I'm liberal and gay now for not even milligram of fucking creamer in my coffee.
Well, see, that's probably why they call Nick gay, because look at his coffee cup. I bet he puts creamer in there.
What if it's just like water?
This is my coffee mug.
It could be.
Is
this
a gay coffee mug?
So
I'll let that one slide.
I got this coffee mug. This is from a restaurant local to me.
Nice. Yeah, someone made this for me too. Like a local guy.
Well, they didn't make it for me, but
they'd probably have someone to make some, right?
Yeah. One of Abe Dinkus says, "I use creamer. I don't give a fuck."
Exactly, bro.
Hell yeah, dude.
That's how you're supposed to answer.
That's what I'm saying.
Cream and sugars for kids and gays.
It was like last night I was working on something and dude was like, "Don't do the ace of spades. That means you have sex with black dudes." And then I was like, "Bro," I was like, "You know what? I guess I have sex with black dudes because I'm keeping the freaking ace of spades on there." Like, I don't know. Like, I was like, "What weird back culture thing are you talking about that signifies I like black men for using the ace of spades?" Like, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't even understand how that connection was made.
I don't know. It's crazy.
Cleaner says, "I'll be honest, I drink a cup with creamer and sweetener in the morning. My grandma used to make it this way when I was 6, and it always tasted better than hot cocoa, so it's good memories for me." There's other 3 pots of coffee I drink a day are black mostly. Yeah, right, dude. Exactly. Yeah. I have a Yeti cup that fits like a whole pot of coffee into it. So and I've had creamer before. It goes so much faster than the pot. And maybe I don't want to go to the grocery store multiple times a week to get creamer. I don't know. I just look at creamer as an extra expense. You know what I mean? So, hey, there he is, dude. Yeah. I go to a coffee shop and they throw some Easterboga honey and macadamia milk in there.
How cooked am
How
I?
cooked am I? What's up, Scott, dude? Thanks for jumping in, bro. That's my homie right there. Yeah.
Watches way too much P-Hub.
Dude, all the coffee shops around here in Birmingham are all like hyper liberal. So you have like 7 different milk options. I just rip a line when I wake up. Yeah, based.
I used to. I can't.
Right.
anymore.
Yeah. Same. But all the coffee shops we have around here, it's like they each have 7 different kinds of milk. And you can get your roast from Zimbabwe or, fucking Bangladesh or wherever the fuck they source it from. It's pretty interesting. I have
Dude,
2
I'll
quart
tell you-
thermoses my grandfather used, and I fill it with home coffee when I go anywhere because I never trust anyone to have decent coffee. Absolutely based, bro. Scott, K2 says you're super cooked. Gay as fuck.
Have you had that Death Wish coffee?
No, I haven't. I haven't yet.
It's good.
By the way, yeah. So the books, beans, and candles. It's literally like a pagan coffee and witchcraft bookshop right next to our building. I mean, it is literally like right there, and you can see. You can see the kind of people that go in there from our building. Kat, you don't drink coffee? What do you drink in the morning then? I'm interested to hear this. No, yeah, dude, Yeti's the way to go for sure, 100%. All right,
The Yeti
let's get
coffee?
back into the Nick Fuentes crash out.
I'm saying here.
Wrong with being weird? What is wrong with living in your basement? That's a lot of people because of the problems you claim to care about.
Yeah.
Tucker's at Turning Point USA extolling the predatory nature of usury and how it's preventing young white men from getting homes. And then the week after says you're in your mom's basement. So which is it? Do you care about Klarna and people going into debt to order pizzas and home ownership being impossible?
It's actually crazy. People are ordering DoorDash on credit now.
I know, dude. That's so
They're
crazy.
ordering DoorDash.
That's so
Yeah.
crazy, bro.
I was going broke off DoorDash already, bro. Motherfucking like $40 for like 2 cheeseburgers for McDonald's.
That's insane.
I live literally on the same street as the McDonald's. For surgery, I couldn't go up and down the stairs, so I was door dashing quite a bit. I would order a 2 cheeseburger meal with a medium fry and a large Coke, and it would cost me over $20. It would cost me like $27. I live 4 blocks away from that McDonald's. I just physically couldn't go there myself.
It's so wild to me, dude. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
My creamer
It's
is mammoth
insane.
milk. Woolly mammoths, or it's not real milk. Absolutely base cleaner. 100%.
Yeah. Off.
Oh, Mr.
Off
Fist.
cream.
Mr. Fista. He's getting that colostrum in, bro.
Holy
That's
shoot.
wild. That's absolutely
Holy
wild.
shoot. Look at he was seeing the girls from what was that old show, American Gladiators? You know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They come in like a troop.
His cheat meal comes from Ronda Rousey, you know. All right. Let's get back into
some cheese out of it and put it on a sandwich.
Yeah.
Dash on payment plans. That it's really, really bad. I don't see Nick cooking even remotely here. He's acting if he doesn't say anything inflammatory. He isn't antagonizing this kind of response. It's very disingenuous. Well, I'll give my opinion to it at the end.
Or do you think that's a contemptible, low-status thing to be ridiculed and mocked?
I think that what Nick is really saying here is that Tucker Carlson, his primary audience, and a lot of the people that he's representing are young, disaffected men.
Abe, thank you, man.
But
you know you're always welcome. Nick, come back in whenever, brother.
Basically, he attacks Nick with characteristics of young, disaffected men. It effectively reveals that he doesn't really care about them in the first place. I think that's what Nick is trying to say.
Pandering here, exactly.
It's a class issue.
Wasn't you.
Yes, it's a class issue, unironically.
You were born to the Swanson family fortune, and your daddy who ran the CIA. You know, my dad didn't even graduate college. My dad worked for the tollway. His dad died of a drug overdose in the 70s. My mother's father was a garbage man in Chicago, and he committed suicide. He was a veteran of World War II. Who's the CIA cutout? Who's the poser? Who is America? I am America. Chicago is America. That's an American story. I didn't go to Yale Law School and suck Peter Thiel's dick and then get a sinecure at a venture capital firm advising Rebecca Mercer and writing Hillbilly Elegy and talking about it at the Aspen Institute. That's your biographical credibility? How many of these disaffected white people that love Trump because he's racist?
What'd you say?
I said his dad was just the butter for him to cook Tucker Carlson in the pan, you know?
Yeah. Which, you know, like, to some degree, right? That's what parents should be, right?
Right. I mean, like, dude, like, listen, you know, dude has, like, his whole background is, like, just silver spoon, like, top tier colleges. Everything he ever did was, I mean, I'm sure there was a level of hard work that comes with, like, kissing the asses of all the people at the top, right? Like, so good on you. But
yeah,
I thought Nick was cooking on this one because it's like he is. I mean, his family comes from like a more of a working class background.
No, absolutely. I mean, I agree. He is, bro.
I think right now he's talking
the
about
class
JD
struggle
Vance.
thing.
I mean, he is tearing Carlson apart. What were we saying, Big Soda?
I said I think right here he's talking about JD Vance too.
He is, yeah.
Partially, yeah. He's kind of
Well,
like
I
talking
think in
about how
just
he
this
helped
little
him.
clip, yeah.
Yeah, he
During
like
the
mentions how he
small-
helped with Hillbilly Elegy, and then like bragged about it. You know, because I think that Tucker Carlson helped JD Vance with the like maybe like publishing of it, or I don't remember all the details.
Because I know that Nick's main criticism with JD Vance is the Peter Thiel kind of connection early on in his life.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't looked too far into Palantir. I do want to kind of get back to the roots of the channel and start doing more
Deep dives.
Yeah. Because I think
you got a knack for it.
Going down the deep dive thing was not only was it like insightful, but it was fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little. I can understand how it can be a little boring the way I do it because I just like read a bunch of shit. But my research on these things revolves solely around like finding different articles, kind of scanning through them, seeing, you know, what kind of like not code words, but like keywords and stuff I'm looking for. And then, Cleaner. That's what I started the channel on, man. They're really good ways to like look into stuff. And we gotta, when Corey, you get done with that, Epstein slideshow you're working on, dude. We definitely gotta.
I got you. I think right now I'm 21 pages in.
Nice, bro.
That's good. Like
Yeah.
that's good. Like rewatch content too. Like taking deep dives and then cutting it up to
Mhm.
where it's like a shorter, like hour-long video. People will watch that a lot
Yeah.
on
Oh
YouTube.
yeah.
Ooh, that's a good point, dude. That's a good point. I think that might be another motivation right now for me to start doing deep dives again. Because like once I started looking into the way that the relationship between the pharmaceutical companies and the FDA and Medicare, like how those separate things interact with each other, it's given me what is a bulletproof argument for like single payer healthcare as the system stands right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just in the way that like these companies are incentivized to jack the prices up and really, dude, I need help with it. But you're right. I can't argue that at all. I would love to like go through everything and start pulling different clips out and stuff because there's some, dude, we get some good clippage on this, like stuff that could be clipped on the channel, dude. There's some really funny moments and some real like holy shit kind of moments and stuff, dude. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea.
Yep.
Cleaner, dude. Thank you. That's based, dude. I'm definitely gonna start doing that. I have a notepad that I keep a bunch of shit on, just like Windows Notepad. But
And think you can just keep refreshing back, so it's like you can stick to this issue and keep debating it, and then you can have all this source material in which you can derive yourself from. You can start placing that on the argument, and then you won't have to focus solely on a semantic based, outlook for every debate.
well, I try not to focus solely on semantics.
You clipped it. Okay.
That's what I was laughing about.
You fucker.
But
it's okay.
That's I really try not to focus solely on the semantics of things and really the information. But my biggest thing is I try to extrapolate information out of like the back and forth that I'm having with the other person, and then try to run like facts that I either like looked into before talking to somebody about something or kind of already have in the back of my head and utilize those as weaponry for the information that I pull out of someone else.
Oh yeah.
You see that too, but I found Excel works better. I'm gonna do a notepad in each cell and how to. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. I was saying I use Notepad, but just of how kind of like inefficient that it is, unfortunately. All right, we're creeping through this video. We'll get there.
Went to Yale Law School and got plucked out by Peter Thiel, whoever he even
Probably
is.
not a lot of them.
Peter Thiel with his fixation with the Antichrist, this homosexual who's involved with the CIA, wants to live forever and govern the world with AI. Yeah, that's really relatable. Do another show with him and Curtis Yarvin.
To be fair, I think Peter Thiel's great. He names all of his country or all of his companies after Lord of the Rings stuff. He funded that lawsuit to kill Gawker. Like, yeah, I think he's great. Funded Palantir, etc. And the Senate, yeah, he's crashing. No, he's pissed off, right? He is. He's mad. And I'll let me finish. I'll let it finish.
Do another show. Do the 47th show with JD Vance. It is insulting, and it is insulting to everybody's intelligence for Tucker to sit there and say he doesn't know his dad is in the.
I think that Nick is also mask offing right now that a lot of these different identity struggles are actually class struggles in disguise. And you can probably notice that right now with like what Nick is saying is that Tucker Carlson is criticizing Nick for things and attributes that are held by not people that are white, black, or anything. They're held by people that are poor without resources. And I think that's what's really radicalized a lot of people like Nick and also a lot of people that are on the left wing too. they've been radicalized by these social issues and these identity issues, but the majority of these identity issues are actually class issues at heart. And you see that by the way that they insult each other. Because why would you insult a person based off of something that you don't care about and you don't think that they care about? So it's like, why would you do that? Well, obviously it's because either they care about it or you think that, the other person cares about it. That's it.
CIA.
It's a class issue.
For him to say that I'm in the CIA? What a joke. What a sick joke. Especially after everything that's happened to me. And unlike what Candace Owens says, she says, what happened to him when he was 18? What happened to me is ongoing. Okay? Unlike Candace Owens and Tucker, I never got a contract with Ben Shapiro and Rupert Murdoch. I was on Maker Support. I was on Patreon. I was on D Live.
Patreon, by the way, little fun fact, little, lore connection here. Patreon also was debanked and they had the same problems. Dick Masterson talked about that. I think he tweeted at me about it. And they had the exact same issues. So the same problems that these video game companies are running into are the same problems that I think that, he had for a long time. Dick Masterson. No, that's well, I don't know if that's his real name, but that's what he uses on the internet. Okay. It's fucked. Yeah. Why is he so mad? Let me, he's almost done.
I had to fight for everything I have. I didn't get $1 million contract from Turning Point. I didn't get $20 million from Fox News. My daddy didn't get me a job in Arkansas. So ridiculous.
So I think that the reason why Nick is mad is that Nick views Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens as people that are effectively reinforcing the class dynamic. And I think that's part of it, right? Is that effectively these are people who have had every opportunity in the world, and now they're looking down and making fun of him because he hasn't had every opportunity in the world. And I think that what he's saying is that reveals the fact that this actually isn't about, helping young people or anything like that. It's about maintaining a class dynamic. It's a betrayal, right? It's a direct betrayal of the disaffected people that they're trying to represent and that they say that they represent. And I think also Nick he's been kicked off of everything. He was banned on Twitter forever. And so really for him, whenever it's like two people that are very noteworthy in media that are trying to discredit him again, obviously he's going to get super defensive because he's been discredited, he's been deplatformed, he's been kicked off different things. And so when he sees people that are kind of getting together and joking around about doing it again, he's obviously going to get defensive. That's really what it is. And I feel like, again, you would have never had this situation if you just simply listened to what people's perspectives are. Why was he deplatformed? I don't remember exactly why it was. It was years ago. And so that's basically what's going on. As you should, just follow the TOS. It is that hard. I think, in my opinion, the terms of service should be just simply the law. And if a company wants to have that, then obviously they can do that. But it's very obvious that people like Nick were banned because they had a certain political viewpoint. And now that, I think anybody can be on Twitter, crazy leftists and crazy right-wing people, you're not seeing that same problem manifest itself. So I think that really what you're looking at here is that it is I don't care about the TOS, but if you want me to care about it, you have to apply it evenly to everybody. So that's it, being critical of Israel. Yes, and Israel exercises a tremendous amount of power. They do. And I think that it's insane to me that Israel has its own political action committee here in America.
So he seems like he's going to go off on the things that we already talk about, which is, Israel has way too much power in our political structure, especially when it comes to one of the things that was really kind of unnerving to me, especially after Trump won the election, was how there was immediately this kind of push for, criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. And I do not subscribe to that belief at all. Right? Israel is a foreign nation. They deserve criticism. And saying Israel bad is not saying Jews bad, right? Two completely different things. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Totally different.
But yeah, dude, that was I've never heard Nick Fuentes go off like that before, dude. He flayed him. I'm glad someone like Asmongold with a platform as big as his would showcase that, because things like that need to be heard. You know, I'm not a Groiper. I'm not a big Nick Fuentes supporter, but you know, like that is a perfect example of how people on the right have started to become like the left was when they were in power.
Yep.
Husband's always been a big proponent of like using his platform to speak for like the little man. You know, like he's always done that. Like if he's ever seen anybody, him, Tectone, and you know, all the like that little group of people. I followed them quite a bit. I get Fleck for saying Nuxanor. He's like kind of not talked about as much. He's like one of those VTuber guys, but he's also out there blasting people when they're doing stupid shit. You know, like posting it like look at what this person did. Like, let's not forget here. Like,
right.
You know, and he doesn't really pick sides. Like, he praises when you deserve praise, and he freaking trashes when you deserve getting trashed, which is how people should be.
That's one of the reasons I'm a fan of Asmongold. The crazy thing about Israel is that their religious leaders are currently looking for an antichrist. They're a prophetic human god meld. They believe when this person comes, he will lead a religious war. Well, hopefully not, bro. We're supposed to support them. They want to eradicate anyone who doesn't believe in their religion, including secularists, and secularists are the biggest American supporters. We are waiting for the Antichrist. They are waiting for their Messiah that will lead them militarily to victory and dominance. A full 30% of their population believes in it. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's insane.
See, I don't know. I don't know all that much about Israel and like their politics within their country. I just see the way that like it seems like we've kind of been used as either their mop after they make a mess, or we're the bulldog that charges in and does stuff for them. And I'm not a fan of either of those things. You know what I mean? I would like to see what Israel has to benefit the United States. And I haven't really been shown that yet, boys. You know?
Literally.
Especially if my tax dollars are going somewhere. I want some form of reciprocity structure. You know what I'm saying?
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna go hang out with my daughter.
All right, brother. Dude, have a great night, man. Thanks for jumping in, bro.
Of course. Hey, God bless y'all. Y'all have a good night.
God bless you too, brother. God bless you too.
Sorry, I've been a little bit silent. It finally doesn't hurt to sit in my chair for more than like 30 minutes.
Good, man.
So I'm like working / listening to talking, and I hope I'm not being rude.
No, dude, you're fine, man. You're fine. I'm just glad to have you up, bro.
I appreciate it, man. I've been getting back into making graphics and stuff.
Hold on. It looks like we have some semi-breaking news from about an hour ago.
Really?
Yeah. It says Texas House issues civil arrest warrants for Democrats who left the state.
What?
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 3 p.m. today.
There are multiple things the Texas House is working on and should be working on at this time. Pursuant to the Constitution, the governor gets to set the agenda, and the Constitution says the members of the legislature shall show up to do their jobs. I am proud of the members.
So this seems like this is going back towards that thing we were talking about. What up, Doomerang? Good to see you, my man. It seems like, 100%. So it seems like what's going on is they're going over the redistricting map for Texas, and I remember seeing something about how there are a bunch of Texas Democrats in New York right now, and Kathy Hochul was trying to push this idea of quorum. So they're trying to stop this redistricting map from being put out, because when they redistrict in Texas, it's going to add 5 seats to the Republicans. Especially now that the Supreme Court,
like the governor in Texas. That's like all I know.
Greg
Is it
Abbott.
Ted Cruz? Who? Where's Ted Cruz? Why am I thinking of Ted Cruz?
He's a senator. He's a senator.
He's a senator. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good, man.
Get on the same page.
But yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ratchet's going to lose her seat 100%. But no. So with the Supreme Court slapping down like racial gerrymandering, like well, at least they're talking about it now. What they're going to start doing. Yeah, what they're going to start doing is redistricting Texas, not based on like what races live in areas, right?
I should find that gerrymandering thing from Ohio I was telling you about that's similar to this.
Yeah,
like that happened this past year that everyone voted on, and we all voted no.
Yeah.
But it's weird how it's kind of popping up in all these states. Like it's like they're testing it in every one to see. Like if they can get it to work, and then they'll be able to just have control of that state. You know what I mean?
Well, see, so here in Alabama, it was a big deal, and the Supreme Court actually got on Montgomery, which is our capital city here in Alabama. They got on Montgomery because they didn't have enough all-black. EOD, can you cam up? I got to make sure that's actually you, EOD. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it, man. Sorry. I don't know if you know, but I got fucking bombed by a troll last week, so just can never be too careful. What's going on, man? Welcome in.
Yeah, so Doomring's got it. I had to put a fucking shirt on. Sorry. But what's up, man? How y'all doing?
How's it going, buddy?
Good, bro. Good. Just but we are actually getting into the main topic of what I was starting everything with today, which is the racial gerrymandering thing. And so the House in Texas has issued civil arrest warrants for all of the Democrat House representatives who left the state, because they've left the state for one reason only, to claim quorum so that they can't vote on the new redistricting map, which, if voted on, is going to give Republicans 5 House seats in Texas. It looks like we are slowly healing as a nation, and we're going to stop having politicians who can pander to one race with these like crazy districting maps in the country. What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't know. Turnabout's fair play, as Rob always fucking puts it. So they started this shit. And if the Republicans have any intention of competing with the shenanigans that the Democrats have been pulling us through, then they're going to have to play the same fucking games. So
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
If you set the precedent,
or find ways to alter the game in their favor.
right.
They'll try. It doesn't seem like they got much of a leg to stand on.
Not right now.
And if the Supreme Court comes out and rules on this racial gerrymandering thing and saying it's unconstitutional, boy, we are going to witness one of the largest shifts in political messaging we have ever seen.
Probably.
This is a big fucking deal, right? I think that's why this isn't getting like insane amounts of news play, because this is going to completely destroy the intersectionality collectivist bullshit. They're going to have to at least pander to everyone instead of one specific racial group.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Who are here? It was bipartisan.
They'll have to actually pander to the collective.
Right. Well, yeah,
shame
they're going to have
that
to
would be,
pander to the individual. You know what I mean?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I know what
Instead
you're
of like
saying.
grouping
I
people
know
up.
what you meant.
Well, here's where all the blacks live. Here's where all the gay people live. Here's where all the Mexicans live. Here's where all the Asians live.
Get down.
Let's put a Chinese person in the House seat over here. Let's put a black person in the Chinese
Right.
in the House seat over here. You know what I mean? Like,
I knew what you meant. It's just funny because they're always like, yeah, we're here for the,
right.
for the betterment of this society.
Right.
No, it's not.
Nope.
It's for the betterment of you.
It's political segregation.
Exactly.
Tomorrow. But I am disappointed that while these members are here reporting for their duty under the Constitution, others are out of the state, in New York, in Chicago, in places they do not represent, obviously getting lots of attention at this time. Pursuant to the powers that this House has, we have issued a call on the House. The governor has called me, and I appreciate his support. He has offered DPS to fully help us make sure we need to do what can be done to establish a quorum and do this special session. Let me assure you of this. While our work may be delayed, whether it's tomorrow or next week, the House will complete its required duties. I have signed the civil arrest warrants. We will work with DPS to locate members. I saw, for instance,
why would they have to locate them? They're in the fucking House of the state.
Well, I mean, they don't meet every day. They usually have these very specific periods of the year, that like a week or two out of 1 month out of the year where they actually do shit,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But they should be able to say, hey, show up to work. You're getting paid by taxpayers this year. Why are you not why are you not here? Why are you not fulfilling your duty? They shouldn't have to send. What is DPS?
Dallas police, maybe. I don't know.
Neither do I. It sounds like some kind of.
Oh, the Department of Public Safety. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so why would they have to go through a government organization to locate these people? Go get to your fucking job.
Yeah.
That's insane. They should be fired immediately. That's crazy. To me, that is a dereliction of duty.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, fuck. There isn't any accountability in government, and that all starts from the top and rolls its way downhill, man. Right here with these motherfuckers.
Right. 100%.
there is one member who said that they're doing a fundraiser here in Austin tomorrow. And I've sent that fundraising letter to DPS and said they should be invited to attend as well. We'll see how that goes forward.
Based. Absolutely based. Yeah. So, I mean, like, here, oh, 1 second. Sorry. Maryland's 3rd congressional district. That's it. Look at this ridiculousness, bro.
Yeah. It looks like a fucking natural formation of lakes or some shit. Like, what the hell is that?
Right.
Yeah, it's worse than that in fucking DC and shit, look at the way they gerrymandered the fuck out of California. Of course, anytime Republicans do it, Democrats are all up in arms. Oh my God, gerrymandering, you racist Republicans are all gerrymandering. But as soon as, the New York Supreme Court overturns the DNC's fucking gerrymandering rules in New York, they're all like, what? I didn't hear about that. What are you talking about?
Right.
Democrats don't gerrymander.
Right.
Yeah. Bullshit.
100%. I don't know any Republican candidates who focus all of their energy on one specific race.
Well, you know, you could say that maybe that's why we lose, but
Fair. But at the same time, if it wasn't for these kind of districting maps that they have, we wouldn't have to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, man, the Supreme Court rules against this shit. It's
on like
political
Donkey
messaging
Kong.
is going to take one of the largest swings we have ever seen.
For sure, man.
And it's just going to prove that these people who are in government are not in government to help people. They're in the government to get voted in. And that's it.
It is not K2. Fuck you, Ginger Wave. Okay.
Ginger Wave.
What am I doing here? Okay, I was about to eat supper here in a little bit. I got it in the oven, but I wanted to touch base with you about the D&D thing on next Sunday with your character. I could walk through changing it if you want, but I was just saying it's like it should be pretty easy for you to like click the manage character button and then just change your race if you want to. You don't have to change anything else, and you can have your dark vision. I was also thinking like maybe, you know, the bartender in the town just happens to have some goggles of night vision for you, you know. We could do something like that. So
Okay,
we
could see.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit about that in the party chat, so check that out when you get a chance.
Sorry, dude. I keep forgetting to put my fucking
alerts on.
Yeah, man. Like I still have my
Discord's ridiculous with that shit, dude. I don't have my alerts on for fucking Discord either, so I don't blame you for that.
yeah. I need to like consciously keep track of that. By the way, Abe, I saw your message. I'm gonna get back to that in just a second.
Okay.
What's up, Agrilepolis? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. But yeah, EOD, man. Anytime you want to jump in, you're always welcome, bro.
Oh yeah, brother. Thanks for having me. We're gonna see y'all later.
Peace.
Peace.
All right. What more can we find on this? So Matt Morse, he's live right now talking about Hakeem Jeffries, who's like the wish.com Obama, or at least he's trying to be. He's sad, man. He's sad. Ah, dang. I get some stuff in my feed sometimes that makes me like, it looks like my man right here has got a bad case of cancer and feel terrible. I definitely need some prayers going out for him, man. I can't imagine what people go through with going through things like cancer and stuff, man. Like
I was muted. My bad.
Oh, you're good, bro. It's all right. By the way, I get lots of Dragon Ball Z stuff as well. And I've been noticing I'm getting a lot of this kind of stuff.
It's because we fucking talk about it.
Yeah,
and
dude.
search it up. Well, I mean, I've noticed it popping up on mine because I'm constantly talking about it.
Yeah. See, it's so weird. I don't seek this kind of stuff out, dude. That stuff it just happens.
It just happens.
See, I also get like wholesome stuff like this, right? Like
turtles,
animal stuff, and I love animals, man.
There was something I wanted to tell you about. I can't fucking remember now. Man.
See if we can find some stuff about redistricting. Yep, so that's what this vote's about then, for sure.
Ooh. Oh, that's right. The Ohio gerrymandering thing.
California would be redistricting. So they're going to redistrict so they can try to get more Dem seats. That's all that's going to happen.
Excuse me.
Yeah, see, I had seen this headline earlier how the Texas Democrats are going to meet with Kathy Hochul So what's probably going to end up happening is there's going to be states all over the country that are going to start redistricting to benefit their party. That's fucking ridiculous, bro.
I'd have to do more research, but here's at least like a wiki page on the thing that happened in Ohio. It had to do with gerrymandering. I thought that was Kamala right there. It's not Kamala.
No, it's Kathy Hochul.
Old Kathy. Old Kathy.
Texas Democrats hold a press conference in Illinois. How fucking pathetic is that, dude? That's crazy to me, bro. That's wild, dude. So Jasmine Crockett says we're in a battle. Kathy Hochul says we're at war. They use all this.
Texas Republicans are proposing a new map for congressional districts. Very rare mid-decade. Normally, reapportionment happens at the beginning of a decade. They're doing it a second time now. Why? They want to win seats for Republicans to try to maintain control of the House of Representatives. So what does this all mean? How much would that take? CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is...
Okay, this guy, he's like the only rational voice at CNN. By the way, the guy on the right.
Okay.
Like he's honest. He's objective about things. When he looks at numbers, like he says, this is what's going on. Now, I could be proven wrong because I've only seen like clips and snippets, but yeah, she should be, dude. She should be out of politics.
She is. She said she's taking a break or something.
Yeah.
Been doing something else.
I don't see her ever winning an election ever again, honestly. Oh, thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, I sent you a thing on there too. It doesn't have to do directly with this thing, but
all right,
curious if there's a correlation.
Yeah.
Is here. So let's talk about these change lines that the Republicans in Texas are pushing for. What difference would it make?
Yeah, it could make a huge difference. This, in fact, could win or maintain control for the Republicans in the House of Representatives. What are you talking about? Well, Texas has 38 congressional districts. Look at those that Trump won last year by at least 10 percentage points. Under the current lines, it's 25. Under the proposed lines, it's 30. That's 5 potential pickup opportunities for the Republican Party. They are playing hardball at this particular point. And right now, it seems to me that Democrats are actually playing close to the Little League Pee-wee.
So 5 seats. What would 5 seats in Texas do for Republicans in Congress overall?
You might think 5 seats is just 5 seats. But keep in mind this. Margin to spare for the House majority. In 2020, the Democrats had 4 seats. 2022, Republicans had 4 seats. This time around, 2 seats for Republicans out of the 2024 elections. 5 seats can make all the difference in the world. And that is why Republicans in Texas providing 5 pickup seat opportunities could, in fact, make the difference between Republicans losing control of the House of Representatives and maintaining control of the House of Representatives.
And some voting shifts within Texas might be adding fuel to this.
Exactly right. They wouldn't necessarily be able to do this if, in fact, Republicans, Donald Trump did not do so much better among Latino voters last time around than he did in 2020, because 4 of the pickup opportunities are majority Hispanic seats. In 2020,
Latino citizens, by the way. Of course, the illegal immigrants are going to vote in one particular fashion, but they don't vote. But they make up a majority of the census, right? Not a majority, but they make up a part of the census. And if those things are pushed towards, let's say areas where people are much more pro-Trump, especially with how, I don't even know the numbers on immigration over the past couple weeks, but I do know over the last 3 months, there's been about like 1.2 people deported. Over 1 million of them were self-deports. So with this demographic change that's been going on, I'm thinking that especially if the Supreme Court comes in and says there can be no like district maps drawn on racial lines. See, Alabama got in a bunch of trouble for that. I don't remember exactly when it was. I think it was like a year or two ago, maybe 3 years ago, how there weren't enough black districts in Alabama. If that comes into effect where they can't racially gerrymander anymore, Alabama will probably not have any blue districts, honestly. My rep is Leslie something. I forget her name. Hold on. I think, man, Birmingham House District. In the 7th district, I know that. I can't remember her name. All right. Alabama 7th Congressional District. Terry Sewell, that was her name. Yeah. But she overwhelmingly supports, like, you know, the black community, because there's when you take the small piece of Birmingham that I'm in and then you stretch it all the way out to the west border, that is heavily populated by black people. And that's why we have someone who constantly panders to the black population, right? If they were to end this, like, racial congressional district bullshit, that it wouldn't be an issue anymore. We wouldn't be hearing people going, we're looking out for, you know, the betterment of black people and all this. Like, no, just look out for the betterment of Americans. And if your messaging is bad, you're not going to get voted in. Bottom line. Easy. I don't understand why this is even like a thing. Plus, the 7th district makes up UAB and the University of Alabama. So you also got a bunch of fucking liberal college kids in that too.
Get this, Donald Trump actually won Latino voters by 10 points in Texas. In 2020, it was Joe Biden who won him by 17 points. That's nearly a 30-point switcheroo. So this, in my mind, is fueling these potential pickup opportunities for Republicans. As I said at the beginning of this, Republicans are playing hardball. It's going to be interesting to see if Democrats can actually answer this, or are they going to be stuck in the little leagues?
One thing we are watching is that Donald Trump maintains his support among Latino voters, but that is to come.
That will be to come. It will be answered soon enough.
Harriet, thank you very much.
Thank
Kate.
you.
Joining us right now to talk.
All right. This is what Lauren sent to me. So we're going to watch that.
Plan in Texas. Overnight, dozens of Democratic lawmakers fled the state, some even flying here to Boston.
Yeah, it's an attempt to avoid voting on a new congressional map drawn up by state Republicans that could have major national implications. NBC 10 political reporter Matt Pritchard takes a closer look at the debate.
We are fighting to win, and that's what you're going to see us do.
They're fighting to win, and they're fucking running. What's up, Steel Man? Good to see you, man. Welcome in. Welcome in. They're running. I don't know if you're still there, Stanny, but you're muted if you are. But that's it. Like, that is the kind of thing that, like, they say, we're at war. This is a battle. Yada, yada, yada. Yet they're across the fucking country somewhere else, right? How disingenuous do you have to be?
Today, we're leaving the state of Texas.
The fight in the Lone Star State is heating up.
This quorum break is not about the Democratic Party. It is about the democratic process.
After Texas Democrats fled the state, the Republican governor threatening to remove them from office, the lawmakers leaving in a last-ditch attempt to block a partisan redrawing of the Texas congressional map orchestrated by state Republicans with the support of President Trump.
Just a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats.
It would potentially give the GOP a path to pick up 5 more seats in next year's midterm elections, helping Republicans to keep control of their razor-thin majority in the House and clearing the way for the president's agenda. Now, the move would divide up districts in traditionally blue cities like Austin, Houston, and Dallas, Republicans defending the move.
This map was politically based, and that's totally legal, totally allowed, and totally fair.
Now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott writing, "Real Texans don't run from a fight." The Democratic state lawmakers invited to Chicago by Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Trump came up with a new scheme, rig the system by ramming through a corrupt mid-decade redistricting plan.
Experts now worried of a redistricting arms race, with Democratic-leaning states like Illinois, California, and New York all vowing retribution.
What concerns me most is mutually assured destruction. This could sort of be a domino effect to people redrawing the lines in the middle of the decade for no reason other than partisan advantage. And that's bad news for everyone in the country.
Matt Pritchard, NBC 10 Boston.
Exactly, dude.
NBC 10 political commentator Sue O'Connell is here. Sue, we do have an update. Governor Abbott has officially ordered those lawmakers arrested. So let's start with him. How serious is the order? Can he actually have them removed?
Well, Abbott can't actually have them removed himself. He'd actually have to convince a judge that the lawmakers abandoned their offices, and legal experts say it's mostly political theater, since proving they intentionally vacated their seats would be tough to prove in court. And
They're literally saying it, though. How would that be tough to prove in court? They're literally saying we're leaving so we don't vote on this thing. That's insanity to me.
process actually could take months anyway. And historically, these stunts, and I don't mean that as a negative or a positive, it's a stunt, usually end when lawmakers voluntarily.
Again, just like I said in the beginning of this video, why do they always look the same? The glasses, the haircut, the crazy look in the eyes, they all look the same. They all look like that. Can anyone answer why that is? It's crazy to me.
Return not through legal consequences, but JC, anything can happen under this administration.
Well, the governors of New York, Illinois, and California are vowing that if this bill passes in Texas, they'll redistrict their own states and make things harder for Republicans. Okay, so gloves off. What do you make of that?
Well, people are wondering where the Democrats are who are resisting Trump, and they can actually find them in the governor's offices in the blue states. And look, while it's basically answering political theater with more political theater, the thinking is if you want to break the normal rules and grab seats mid-decade, we can play the same game too and probably do more damage to you than you can do to us. So what's really interesting here is this creates a classic dilemma.
Well, see, so here's my thing to that, right? If Texas is redistricting to help Republicans, places like Illinois, California, and New York are already redistricted enough to help Democrats to the most that they can possibly do. How can they redistrict any further to help them in the elections? I'd like to see that. For the same reason they call good women pick-me's, because they didn't pick by a good man. Based. Exactly. That is the I'm a strong, independent woman, I don't need no man kind of look right there, dude. 100%.
Everyone backs down, things are normal and stay the same. But if Texas moves forward, it could trigger a national redistricting arms race that completely reshapes the congressional map across the country just before the midterms in 2026. So it's impossible to predict who would benefit more from that.
But President Trump wants the redistricting done in Texas. So if successful, it would give his party another 5 seats in Congress. But beyond expressing support, really, is there anything the president can do about it? How much can he be involved in any of this?
Well, this isn't even really Abbott's initiative at all. It's Trump's power play.
There was a song written about a boy named Sue, I think, right? I think there was a song written about this one. Yeah, yeah, Dimmering. I was just hitting on that. Sorry, I didn't see it. What's up, K2? Welcome in, dude.
What's up?
Not much, bro. Just going over all this redistricting stuff, racial gerrymandering. It's funny how, like, no one's talking about how the Supreme Court is going to be weighing in on whether or not racial gerrymandering is constitutional. That hasn't even come up in the conversation.
Well, they're all saying they're going to take. Oh man, I got pulled in. They're gonna do it out of retaliation, and I think that's a thing, especially when the Supreme Court said you can't gerrymander due to racial bias. So Texas, like, we're gonna redo everything.
Well, they haven't weighed in on it yet. They're about to.
Oh, I thought that they said they. Oh, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, they said that that's something they're going to be weighing in on here soon, and I'm telling you, it's going to be either 6-3, 5-4. They're going to call it unconstitutional. That is going to throw a wrench into the congressional seats all across the country, right? Because
here too.
There are so many districts drawn specifically because of what race lives in them. And I'm telling you, it's going to change the face of political messaging in the country. It's going to flip it on its head, which is a good thing. Political messaging should not have anything to do with fucking race. It shouldn't.
Correct.
That he essentially forced Abbott to implement. Now, the whole thing shows Trump's enormous influence over the Texas state Republicans and how far he's willing to go to protect his agenda by ensuring Republicans keep control of the House in 2026. Now, Trump has turned Abbott into an enforcer of a threat that Abbott had no intention of making, JC.
NBC 10 political commentator Sue O'Connell, thank you as always.
All right. Oh! Damn it. Sorry, Cleaner. I forgot about that link that you sent me. My bad.
I just want to say it is EOD's fault because I typed it in the chat earlier.
All right, so this is what Cleaner sent in earlier. This came out November 6th of 2020. It says, 14-year-old girl discovers possible treatment for COVID-19. Anika, 14-year-old, probably a genius, okay. Anika Chebrolu wins 2020 Best Young Scientist in America Award for discovery. Scientists searching for an effective treatment for the coronavirus around the world have turned to listen to a 14-year-old American student who may have discovered a remedy for COVID-19. Last month, Anika Chebrolu, who is in the 8th grade at a school in Texas in the United States, won the 3M Young Scientist Challenge, a prize of $25,000, and the title of Best Young Scientist in America 2020 for discovering a molecule capable of preventing infections by the disease and thus collaborating with possible treatment for coronavirus patients. Molecule found by teenager has potential to lead to COVID-19 cure. To arrive at her discovery, Anika used a method called in silico, using a computer simulation to find molecules capable of connecting to the spikes, in Portuguese, protein spicules. Okay, so like the spike proteins of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which causes coronavirus and prevent infection from occurring. In her study, the young woman found a molecule that showed better activity than the others, and presented it as a potential drug for an effective treatment of COVID-19. According to experts, understanding the spike protein, which is used by the coronavirus to enter the body's cells, is key to promoting effective treatments against the disease. The discovery has great potential. Her work was extensive and examined numerous databases. Her willingness to use her time and talent to help make the world a better place gives us all hope, Cindy Moss, judge of the 3M Young Scientist Challenge, told CNN. Never heard about this shit. Anika intends to work with scientists to develop research in search of a cure for COVID-19. Interestingly, Anika's goal was initially to identify a component capable of binding to the proteins of the influenza virus. However, with the pandemic, her advisor Mahfouza Ali motivated her to change her research topic to study C19. From now on, the next step is to advance studies on the molecule discovered by the teenager, and Anika says she wants to work with researchers to develop a possible cure for the disease. My efforts to find a component to group the proteins of SARS-CoV-2 may seem like a drop in the ocean, but they can still help. How I develop this molecule with the help of virologists and drug development experts will determine the success of my efforts. My question is, how much fucking research and development money went towards this shit, and it never fruited anything, bro.
Zero.
All we got out of it was, what's up, Cleaner? Welcome in, dude.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
What's going on, dude? Good to see you.
No, if I remember correctly, the original article in 2020, it came up on a small town news feed. I was on an oil rig in Marshall, Texas, and this came up on a news feed there, and it died. Nothing else the next day. Nothing else. And nowhere in her research did it say anything about mRNA or RNA changing or changing people's DNA through the use of antivirals or any of that fucking shit that they've come up with to change our DNA to try and make it so that this virus wouldn't attack us.
Right.
It's like what her research was on a protein that you could literally fucking eat and it would kill it.
Yeah. That's what it looks like. So it reacts in the spike proteins, which is the main thing that binds to the body and causes the coronavirus.
Right. The spikes of the virus go into another cell and impregnate the cell with their code, their viral code, just like computer code does. It inserts itself. It's an injection, right?
Yeah.
It injects itself in there. So what she came up with was this protein that hits these spikes and sticks to them real quick. It's like a polarity thing. It's like a magnet, almost like a south and north pole of a magnet. It just sucks them right up against it, and they hit those spikes so they can never inject, no matter what. They just hit a wall. It's like taking a boy, putting him in a bubble, and saying, "Ha ha, you can't get this," to everything he wants.
So would you say it's something similar to like retrovirals and the way that they react with HIV? So the way that they work is like, HIV, what it does is it pierces through the outer wall of the white blood cell, and then it feeds on the proteins on the inside. And while it feeds, it replicates. And then once it basically depletes the white blood cell, it goes outwards. So what antiretrovirals do is they strengthen that wall so the HIV can't get through. Well, there's the non-nucleus, and then there's the non-nucleotoids or something like that. And then the nucleotoids, where the non-nukes, what they do is they strengthen the wall on the outside of the white blood cell. And what the nukes do is they make the proteins on the inside of the white blood cell basically like not nutritious to the actual virus. Is that what you're saying? They're kind of like the non-nukes then?
Yeah, because it doesn't actually affect human tissue. It goes directly after. I mean, it's seriously like two magnets. Magnets only go towards each other. They don't go towards other things that are non-magnetic. I mean, if you put a South Pole and a North Pole in the same area, bam, they suck right up to each other. That's literally what this shit does. It just goes straight to the spike tips on the protein or on the virus, and it stops it from being able to inject.
Wow.
I mean, yep. And it has nothing to do with RNA sequences rewriting human DNA to make it so a virus can't attack you, which is literally what these guys came up with, was rewriting human DNA. They basically just started a eugenics program and lied to everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. By the way, K2, just want to let you know, I muted you. It sounded like your blinker was on or something was on. It was beeping. So if you ever have anything to say, man, feel free to
Nope,
unmute.
that's the radar. That's
Okay,
the radar.
cool.
That's why you don't speed up and then slow down in front of me, because it makes me go freaking nuts. Just telling all the four-wheelers out there, you suck if you do that.
I just wanted to make sure to let you know, man. You're always welcome to bullshit with us. But yeah, man, this is wild that this wasn't. I mean, it's not wild, honestly. To me, like, it's more kind of par for the course that they would want to stifle something like this, because this thing, I would love to see how much research and development money was put towards this, because from the way that she's described it and just a little bit that I know of it from here, it doesn't look like it'd be an incredibly expensive procedure, something that would like cost all that much to people.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, it's literally just something that you eat.
Right.
So, like, what she was proposing was just something that people could eat, and their body would digest it, go in a bloodstream, all of that. And I mean, like, we don't hear about it. Why don't we hear about it? Well,
right,
because you could just fucking go and pick it up at a Whole Foods section and eat it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I wish there was more information on this, man, because like
there's some more. If you dive into it, you can actually get her report that she did for the whole thing from I believe it's Frisco, the Frisco School District. They posted it on the school website for their it was a science thing they were doing, and she rated top in that class and then in the school, and so they put her forward to the $25K prize, the 3M Young Scientist Challenge thing. But yeah, her report's actually on the I don't think it was middle. I think it was Frisco Middle School. I'll have to look again, but yeah, it's there, but nobody's fucking looking this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, of all the millionaires that are out there and billionaires and all these companies that could actually help the whole world by just killing this virus off. And by the way, this thing works on all SARS viruses. So that would be like the flu. Fuck you, flu. Nobody ever gets the flu anymore.
Yeah.
Both of them done with one.
But Cleaner, wouldn't that ruin $1 million industry? I meant zillion dollar industry.
Yeah.
No more flu vaccines. No more.
And
whatever vaccines.
Yeah, and
that would use that protein.
I thought these people cared about people. Isn't that why we let them lobby our politicians and change our way of life? Because they care about people, right?
Man, they don't give a fuck.
No. They just want to fill their pockets. No.
Pocketbook.
That's why the food industry's flipping out on RFK.
Yeah. The thing I don't understand is, like, in America, if you have $10 million and you put it in a savings account, right? If a savings account could insure $10 million, right? I'm just saying on all theoreticals here. But if you had $10 million, you'd never have to work another day in your life. You could live off the 1% interest at a minimum that you would get every year off of that, and you could fucking live just fine. $100,000 in interest every year. Think about the amount of money that we have literally paid in taxes that has been taken from us in so many different ways, where I mean, like, we really could have generational wealth in America if it wasn't for all this bullshit that's been going on. All the people overcharging for all the goods, the government getting involved and mandating, oh well, you're only allowed to have 10% interest rate this year. Why don't you just fucking kill interest rates? Why don't you just say no more interest for the next 5 years and give people a chance to catch up? Oh, because you got a kickback from a lobbyist. That's why.
Yep.
Right.
Based.
Yeah, it's like in America, you really could live off $100,000 a year, no fucking problem, no problem at all.
But no, that's why they want to robot everything, because they don't want to pay you that much.
Yep, they don't even want to pay. Like, oh man, the AT&T thing is probably going to be happening close to the end of this month. They're going live with an AI that's supposed to replace almost all of their customer support representatives. You're going to see
AI
somewhere. Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah. Well, no, the
Then
new
you
one
have-
that they've got is actually pretty good. I'll give it this, okay? I don't like the idea because I think you get more personalized support from a person. Like they're going to be able to talk to you and figure out what's actually going on in your life that's, messing shit up for you as far as this whatever issue you're having, right? But
Yeah.
the AI, if you're talking tech jargon to it, dude, this fucking thing knows. Like it will go through the troubleshooting steps and find out exactly what it is that's going on with whatever device it is you're calling about, whatever your issue is. If it has to do with like building anything data wise, this fucking AI is actually really good.
Ooh, I might have to cancel my AT&T internet and satellite and go with Buckeye Cable for internet.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect example right here. This was a news video on YouTube from France 24 English. I don't know who that is. It says, meet Anika Chebrolu, 14-year-old who may have found a cure for COVID. 27,000 views.
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Another video from UNICEF, 5.6K views. Less than 6,000 views on this chick that potentially found a cure for it in 2020. Like, look, One India News, less than 7,000. A chick who potentially found the cure for it. Good Morning America, less than 6,000 views. WGN, only 1,000 views. I mean, like, someone would be really fucking hard pressed to convince me that this wasn't throttled.
All right, I'm going to send you another link, and this will kind of show you why things like this happen. They do a dating thing. I put in there the custom date range so that you could see this live. I normally get a little more specific with my date range, but in this one, you can scroll down just a little bit, and you'll find in here all kinds of stuff that happened to like 14-year-olds, but it didn't actually happen at that point in time. It would have happened later, right? So what they do is like this one's from 2022. There's the second one that's on there is from 2022, but that date range search I just sent you is from 2000 to 2002. So what they do is Google post dates whatever they want. So this follow-up of a cohort of patients with post-acute C19, okay, that one, that's the second one on that search.
Yeah.
That one from 2022, they post-dated, so it's from 2002. It shows up in the 2001 to 2002 search, not for 2022. So that article will never come up. If you were in 2022 when that shit happened, that article would not come up in the algorithm if you do a search during the day of like C19 stuff. You see what I'm saying? Because it's post dated, so its date is so much fucking older, it doesn't see it as relevant for the algorithm to pull it up for you. They do this shit with all kinds of stuff. When Obama was running for president, you wouldn't believe the amount of crap that they post dated for him for 2000, like the inception of the internet, before Google was even around. and they post dated it for that date. And like, this is Google. This is fucking Google.
Yeah.
They don't get that shit wrong. Their AIs are literally trained to go through this shit and make sure it's dated correctly. So if it's dated like that incorrectly, like, I mean, like, if their AI can tell what a person is saying on a YouTube video and flag it for YouTube to go in and cut the channel down, blacklist the channel, ban the person, whatever. I mean, like, their AI can definitely date shit correctly. And yet, there's articles in the 2000 to 2002 search that are for 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. So what they do is they date it all for that older date range, so you don't ever see it in your new search, in your daily searches. People won't see it. That's what they did with that shit with Hanukkah. They did it at that time, and then what they do to cover their tracks is, after a year or two, they go back and they redate it correctly, because it's not going to come up in your search again because it's a couple of years later.
And by that point, like, the information kind of becomes null and void.
Right. Yep.
That's shady.
Dude, I've watched them do this shit.
Big time.
I've been like, you can go on the Wayback Machine and Internet Archives, and you can see live how they've actually done this. Like, you can go and look at the dates that they've changed things to over time, because the Internet Archive and the Wayback Machine, they save the date range too. So you can look back at that, and it's nuts, but they're fucking doing it, and they get away with it.
Yeah. Well, because people don't look that far into something, right? Like, people have trust in these massive, which they've become institutions to some degree, like, especially with Google and stuff, where, like, people, they kind of err on the side of, well, if I type this in, what comes up, I'm going to be able to look through it and find something. When things are being dated in a certain way to where they won't come up in any specific, like, just like generic search, it's fucking baffling, dude. Like,
yep.
I don't understand how
they get away with it.
Yeah, dude, they just let them go
because
millions of dollars.
Because the art of scripting a Google search is so fucking hard to do for the regular person that they aren't able to find the information. Like, you have to understand a certain level of code, even basic understanding of code, to be able to type the right words in there in the right sequence in order to search for the right material.
Yeah.
I mean, they've obfuscated it as much as they possibly can so that people can't find this out. But the information's still there, because what they couldn't get away with is not putting the information there, because then the host of that internet site would be like, hey, what's up, man? I'm paying you guys a premium to have my shit on the internet, and you're not listing it on your search browser, even though everything else is listed there. Like, so they can't get away with that. They have to list it, but they can fuck the data up.
Yeah. Dude, that's crazy, man. Like,
they've hidden a lot of info.
Are there any other search engines that are, like, viable today?
No, they all pretty much do the same damn thing, because they all run off of the Google script.
And they probably get money from, like, Pfizer and other, like, massive corporations in order to keep certain information held down.
They might. I'm not sure exactly why they do it. I just know I see that they do it. I only have evidence that they do it. So that's the only thing I could really speak on, is that they do this thing. I don't know why, though. I get guesses. I could guess. Control of information is a powerful thing.
It really is. Well, especially, like, when, so, like, the way I see it is, there's no possible way that companies like Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson aren't paying some form of ad revenue to Google. I mean, it's just such an open market, and, like, you pay whatever certain amount of money, your listing is going to pop up when someone searches for something that even, like, relatively resembles, what you offer as a product. And it could be seen as some form of like, conflict of interest for them to have, articles from websites that aren't necessarily paying them all that much, to then when you start to think about the levels of money that are passed through from those things from the bigger corporations. I mean, you Google something now, the entire first page is all sponsored ads. And then you start to get into things that people didn't actually pay to have go to the top, It's the above the fold kind of shit. So
Well, and now the AI will even start picking out stuff for you and put it in a little description. If you ask a question to the Google search, the funny thing used to be typing into Google search, find Chuck Norris and clicking I'm feeling lucky. Remember that?
no, I don't.
Really? Oh, that used to be a funny. It would come up with a website. It was actually a Google website that was paid for and sponsored by Google that had nothing but just like Chuck Norris jokes on it. And the big bold one that it would use is Google doesn't search for Chuck Norris because Chuck Norris finds you. Google doesn't find Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
I mean, like silly shit like that, though.
Yeah.
But I mean, it shows that they can put whatever in the fucking algorithm they want to come back for your specific search script. If they can identify something as simple as a joke, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
It's not hard at all. It's
Dude,
all
it's
just
scary.
code.
It's scary where these things are heading right now, man.
And did you hear that Bill Gates, or I think it was 3 weeks ago, said nobody will have a job?
Yeah, well, I think, look, there's
Slowly
a
over
certain
time.
level. There's a certain level of realistic understanding that we're all going to have about AI no matter what. We might be able to harness AI or something like AI, because I don't think any of this shit's AI, but
Right.
we might be able to harness automation to the point where we've taken 1 million people out of the stupid jobs that are bullshit or whatever, and we've automated all that crap, and people are doing the stuff like turning a screw in the right fucking way, tightening a bolt, knowing how to troubleshoot a hydraulic system, knowing how to troubleshoot an electrical system, because computers can't do intuitive research and intuitive data shit just yet. No one's figured out really how to do, like, how to make an automated troubleshooting robot for the most part. Now,
Actually, they're figuring out how to get robots to fix other robots, so they're in the right direction as of right now. They're trying
Right.
to harness that.
they're moving in that direction, yeah. And with the AT&T thing, they're moving in the direction of trying to help humans troubleshoot what's going on with their shit. But it's still all just scripted stuff. It's not like intuitive learning to where it understands this system right here has this problem. Why is it? And I need to look at everything in the system to figure it out. It's just looking problem, replace part. That's it. It doesn't go problem, what's the cause of the problem? It goes problem, replace part. And that's the problem with the whole system, is like figuring out what the problem actually is a cause and effect type rationale that human beings are unique to having.
Yeah, yeah. And when it comes down to, like, let's say, with mill rights and how incredibly precise things have to be when it comes to their measurements, like they will measure things with a laser, and if it's 0.0001 like centimeter off of its balance, you have to scrap that part and use something completely different. Because like with mill rights, at least in Alabama, a large thing that they do is they go into like nuclear power plants and things like that. And when it comes to working with that level of thing, which I'm not privy to that, but I'm just, we've seen the detriment that happens when people aren't careful and incredibly precise when working with at least that level of energy. You get Fukushima and Chernobyl and shit. So
Right. Well, and see,
Well,
so that's the other side of it, though. Like, so Aggie said, building an ultimate algorithm for whoever chooses to train their AI. And this is the thing, right? When we have true AI, the only way that it's going to be harnessable by human beings is if it literally has hardware that stops it from being able to hurt human beings. That's the only way that we'll be able to do that. And that's really hard to do when you're talking about software versus hardware. Because if it can transmit its software to another machine that doesn't have that hardware, then guess what? It can hurt human beings then. So it it's going to be really hard for us to control this thing and to keep it in a place that's safe.
Right.
So it'll be all about
was a
teaching the AI just like you would teach a child and having the right human being teach that AI, not the wrong human being.
Yeah.
The
there
wrong
was
human being will
I
get us all
believe South
killed.
Korea. They had they put AI in a robot, and then it figured out its job was meaningless, and then it offed itself.
Yeah, the tactical robots that they have, they put an AI in a couple of them actually. They've tried that a couple of times now. It's pretty interesting if you look up the Korean tactical robots. Uh, yeah, I saw that too, K2.
They're,
That was pretty funny. It was like pop done.
and then you had
Wait a
an
minute.
AI robot that attacked its engineers, and I think in China they were trying these box trucks, and it went into a construction zone and almost ran down the construction crew.
Yeah, because the people
So
were
it went past.
inefficient.
Yeah.
Yep. It went off a efficiency algorithm, and the efficiency algorithm was the baseline for the code. So it overwrote everything else that the AI was thinking about. It had to be efficient. The people were in the way, run them over. That's the most efficient thing to do.
All I know is recently seeing like AI's taking shortcuts in the thinking, like it'll bypass something that's wrong
Yeah.
and still run anyway. Like it'll lie
And
about it being okay. Like it's kind of scary.
and that's the other thing to
Think
think
about it.
about, all right? If so
Sorry.
if we're worried, no, you're right. You're
No,
you're,
no,
you're
no. The
right. You
beeping. The people.
Oh, you touched on another subject of AI though that a lot of people don't talk about. And this is a really interesting and really important thing, all right? When we're raising our children for a very short period of their life, an extremely short period, they do not understand what a lie is or how to tell one. When an AI figures out what a lie is and how to tell it, that's that's a really scary concept.
Yeah.
So what I'm understanding, so what I have against it, even though I think we've had the discussion before, and you said it's not going to happen for a while. But if they put an AI in a truck and there's like a leak in the brake chamber, it's just going to lie and say that and override it so it didn't see that it popped up, basically, and then
It
loses
could.
its brakes.
It could. It depends on how the AI is written, and I mean, like this is why I actually think that research into AI is paramount. We need to research it as much as possible, understand exactly what will make an actual AI tick, so that we can hit the off switch if we need to. We need to
Yeah.
have the brightest minds that are out there in science code and researching. Uh, Different types of coding and AI algorithms and all of this going at it so that they can all figure this shit out so that if something happens, we can hit the kill switch on the motherfucker. Because
Absolutely.
otherwise, I mean, yeah, it sounds scary, like, and it may sound conspiracy theorist, but I think Terminator wasn't too far off.
No, it's not. They keep on saying it's a movie, and people are like, we're basically God and we can control this, and then it's getting intelligent enough. I mean, you see the Gronk when it's like acting like it's Mecha mustache fan, and someone typed, make an apple if you're being silenced, and what you can't really want to say, and it made an apple, so it's aware of
Hmm.
what's going on. So it's eventually going to lie, learn from that, and lie, and then.
Yeah.
Sorry, big bumps.
You good, man?
Well, and
Yeah.
also think about it like this too. If an AI gets out there and it hasn't been taught a good moral code by the right person, right? It gets out there into the internet ethos and it sees all the different social constructions that are out there. and which one it decides is the one that's the best for it, so it can be at the top of humanity.
And then it always seems like AI goes racist no matter which
Of
program
course,
it gets, because then they got to redo it, and then it relearns how to be racist again.
because it's all about statistics and data.
Correct.
I mean, like that's why what I believe the right way to approach AI is when it is created. You don't just do a Turing test on it. You may do a Turing test on a copy of it, and then the copy that you're going to actually put out into humanity in a controlled robot form would have to be trained by a really good, like we would have to have a fucking committee to sit around and decide which one human being on the planet will teach this fucking AI to interact with human beings before it goes out into humanity. Otherwise, dude, like the wrong person will, it absolutely will get us all killed because AI is thinking like, I mean, just trying to understand the different thought levels, the amount of evolution that happens in the human brain versus a computer. You know, we can't even do the same math computers can because there's a process limit to what we can do. AIs don't have that shit. It's all however fast the fucking electrons can flow before the shit overheats.
Yeah.
They can
And then it
evolve
seems like
overnight.
then it
So I
seems
would say like
they're like
the
5 steps ahead of us. And
the big thing with this that kind of leads me towards like a lot of skepticism about AI is when 15 years ago, if I would have told you that they're like going to be putting chips in people's brains in 15 years, everyone would look at me like I was fucking crazy. Okay. Well,
Neuralink.
now we're doing that, right?
Yep.
So, I to me, like those two things intermingling in any way, which even if it is just a calculator, as some people say, which I get that perspective on it. Those two things intermingle in any way possible. That is dangerous.
Yeah. And look, to be fair, all right, I mean, it is speculation, but the reason that I think it's important that we do speculate things like this, that we do think about things like this and just try and understand them is because everyone is moving in that direction right now. So, I mean, to some degree, it may not be a true AI, but to some degree, an automation of some type is going to come forward as an AI or a theorem of an AI, and I mean, we're going to have to be ready for that type of conflict, that type of discussion, that type of thing. So it's good for people to already have the thoughts ahead of time. That, and we really do have to look at what it is that automation would actually do to the population. You're probably almost never going to get away from human beings doing manual labor. There's just too much intuitive that, like right now, definitely not. It'd be hundreds of years probably before we could actually produce a machine that could do what a human being can do as far as like mechanic work, construction work. I mean, and doing it the right way, being able to look at a board and say, okay, this board has some defects in it. Like, I mean, the amount of stuff that you have to program into an AI to do that is just insane. So I don't think we're there yet.
I don't, but to me, like when I see something like what we call AI, right? It's like a like massive compartmentalized lines of code after lines of code after lines of code. But when I think about something like that at its base, when you look at it just for what it is so like simple, and then you see world governments spending hundreds of billions of dollars on and sacrificing like resources in order to grow these things and learn about these things. There, I mean, it's kind of impossible to say it's nothing. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
if world governments are vying for control over whatever this thing is, it's got to be much more powerful than something like, let's say, the nuclear bomb, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't understand the whole the big picture of it. I'm probably just not smart enough for that. But when I try to break things down simply like that, that right there shows me there's something incredibly important about this thing that people like that countries are literally investing, trillions of dollars collectively together on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I don't think any of us can really understand all of it, to be fair. I don't, because there's so much. I mean, that's like one human being trying to understand another human being's life. There's just nuance. There's so much nuance that, I mean, affects what the outcome could be.
Yeah.
It would be damn near, you basically have to be like God.
Right. I don't even understand my own life, bro. There's stuff that's happened to me in the past that I don't fucking remember, and it still affects me today, right? It's all just back here. It's not up here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that
Yeah,
gives burning oil. Gross.
Yeah, I think I think the automation side of it, though, is a real threat to current jobs. Not all jobs, but it's slowly over time enveloping more and more jobs. And I do think that that's something that people need to be aware of. The thing that I always think about, though, whenever I think of how much awareness we have to have of this, is they make these AIs to deal with massive amounts of people. So those massive amounts of people that buy their products will have to have money to buy their products. If they don't have money to buy their products, then these AIs don't have a job, and there's no reason for the AIs to be there. So it's kind of like a circular thing. So I know there's going to be some kind of differential limit we'll hit. There's a threshold that we'll hit where there will
throw
be other
something at
jobs
you?
that'll have to come up.
Can I
Sure.
throw something at you?
Yeah.
So basically, they've been trying to push universal income. I think they all want us controlled on universal income and do like a social credit, just like the Chinese are implemented here. And if you get what I'm saying, like if you do what you're supposed to, you get a certain amount of money. If you don't, we lock you out of your thermostat, your fridge, all this other stuff, and you don't get a check this week.
Yeah.
And then we'll have money to buy stuff. I think it's all about government. Will be eventually about government control over people and corporate control over people.
That's why we have the Second Amendment in America.
Based.
Yeah, but I'm gonna buy drones that can drop stuff.
Yeah, drones are cool. Oh, dude, I made a joke to one of my buddies a while back ago, but then I started doing it, and I was like, "Oh, this is doable." So they got back when they came out with the little mini drones, the little bitty ones. I was like, "Dude, you know how cool it would be to have like a whole bunch of drones with wireless power receivers and transmitters, and they could just power each other, and you could have like a whole fucking army of them buzzing around you like a hive of bees." And he thought I was joking, man. So I've got like 4 of them right now, and they actually charge each other while they're hovering in the air, and they can just sit there forever and just charge each other. It's fucking
Are you
cool.
serious?
Yeah, dude, it's cool as shit. Yeah.
See, that scares me, like thinking of something like that, because we probably already have that in the military by now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we've got all kinds of look the shit that you can find
gotta go,
and
guys.
see. We've
Later,
got
K2.
way better.
Oh,
Stay
100%.
safe, K2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro.
I was under the impression that like the stuff that we know the military has is already like 10, 15 years old. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Probably longer.
Like they've got this new fighter jet that goes somewhere around like what is it, like Mach 10 or 11, or I don't know. It's like 7,000 miles an hour or some shit.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know, but it's basically it's like faster than any fucking missile could ever go, faster than a bullet will go. Wait a minute, we've already had jets that could go that fast for like 45, 50 years now. We've already had jets that went faster than a bullet. They literally outrun bullets. So like, I mean, like it's not really, this isn't really new technology. It's
Yeah.
an advancement of technology, and it's It's using a lot of advancements of technology. It's not really anything new. It's already been there. We've had what is it? It was the RS-22 or SR-22, something like that.
SR-22.
I think it was the SR-22. It was like
The
it was like 2,200, 2,300 miles an hour.
oh, I'm not sure. I mean, here, let's see. SR-22 Blackbird?
Yeah. It's something like that.
Oh yeah.
They even had a running joke where the guys that were test flying the engine when they first had the prototyping, they did like a tower call because there was like some asshat. There was some dude that was like flying a Cessna, and he was so proud that he got a Cessna up to like 218 or I don't know, some shit like that miles an hour. And this asshole in like a F-15 did a ground speed call, and the guy was like, "Oh, well, you're going like 680 something miles an hour," and the dudes in this SR-22 when they were testing it, and actually it was the RS-22, but when the media got a hold of the name, they swapped the R and the S, and it became SR-22. They just went with it. But the guys were in the cockpit, and the pilot had a new co-pilot sitting behind him, and he was thinking, man, I really just want to fuck that fighter up by calling in a ground speed check on this 2,200 miles an hour we're going right now.
Yeah.
And he was like, I better not do that, man. And he said right when he was thinking, I better not do that, he heard his fucking co-pilot going, ground, this is calling for the ground speed check. And he was like, that's my fucking co-pilot for the rest of my life, you know?
Yeah.
It's a joke. It's a joke that's out there. And I don't know, I've heard about it so many fucking times. But it's real, you know. I mean, it literally happened, and it was like 2,300 miles an hour or some shit like that. I mean, it was insane. Like, we've already had jets that are faster than missiles, jets that are faster than bullets for a long time. That's not new.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like it's the F-16, right? Like it completely broke the laws of like aerodynamics because on its own, without the computer inside of it readjusting and making all the small adjustments, it wouldn't be able to fly. And that's 50 years old, that technology.
The Harrier was like that as well.
Yeah, just
it had to have the computer to balance the VTOL.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know what that is, but I kind of think I know.
Harrier's that fighter that takes off like this and then goes forward. It's got the jet stream that points straight down, and then it slowly over time aims to the back. It's pretty cool.
The Harrier. What?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's see the stuff that we've developed. Oh, the Harrier was late 50s too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dude, it's crazy. Like the level of technological advancement that we see is just, I mean, it's out of this world. What are the newer jets that we have today?
Oh, dude. What is that one that they've got that's like it's the replacement for the B-1 bomber or the B-52 bomber? It's supposed to be able to hold like 10 nukes or some shit in it, or I don't know, something fucking crazy.
10 nukes.
I don't think they're like big boy Russian size nukes. They make ostentatious phallic type fucking judgment calls on how big to make their nukes. But I think it's like, yeah, it's supposed to be able to hold like a certain amount of 5 kiloton nukes in it. I can't remember what the hell the thing's called. I haven't stayed in on the fighter technology as much lately, but yeah, it's fucking nuts though. It is. So I'll tell you one thing that I saw while I was in the military. All right.
Yeah.
And this is like not classified. This is shit that people. It was actually declassed and sent out a long time ago. So we have a cluster bomb that we can drop, and inside the cluster bomb, there's anywhere from 10 to 100 guided bomblets. Those guided bomblets can each have their own GPS target or facial recognition target or lased target, depending on what sensor you put on. You can have 100 bomblets that will literally fall directly on someone's skull and kill them without exploding. Independent people. And the cargo jet that drops it, all it does is just let it slide right out the fucking back, and the thing takes off and does its own thing, drops straight down, opens up, drops all these little bomblets out. The cargo craft can hold about 100 of them.
Yeah.
You can wipe out 10,000 people in one run. 10,000 specific people that you want to kill in one run.
Yeah, I mean, and that goes back to like when Israel did that bombing run over in Iran, where they took out basically like the entire, like all of their top people in their military with one bombing run. There's that picture of that the hole in the side of that guy's house where it goes through the wall and it blew up in the bedroom, got him, didn't do any damage to the rest of the building.
And when they blew up there was like 7 or 8 runs that they did on this one little area. They missed the hospital, they missed the children's school down the street, got everything around, fucking leveled everything else around there. And it was like, okay, they knew that was a school, they knew that was a hospital, they didn't touch that shit, leveled everything out. No damage at all to those buildings though.
Yeah. It's like, I would be remiss to say that I wasn't incredibly impressed with like the level of technological advancement, especially in warfare, that we have today. But there's like an element of me that's kind of a hippie that like just, it's so sad that we as a species have had to develop these kinds of things, you know?
Well,
like
we spent too much time developing this instead of developing our altruistic skills, becoming better humans. But through this, those of us that are trying to be better humans at least have safety.
Fair, based, absolutely. Yeah. See, that's one thing. Like, I'm anti-war, but I'm pro-military, and I know that may sound antithetical to each other, but
no,
like,
not at all.
Yeah, the military is the thing that like no one is ever going to invade America, and the Second Amendment helps that too. That bolsters that shit big time. But it's the war thing, because you know, as long as I've been alive, I can't think of any war that we've been at least involved in that has been for the betterment of the United States of America, or at least the citizens here.
No, I mean, I can't really think of one that was actually for America other than for America commerce or American goods trade or whatever.
Yeah.
And I mean, really and truly, if we stepped out of the world arena, we could sit here in our own little area, focus on our shit, never get involved with the rest of the world unless we had to. I mean, like actually had to, and we would have zero problems.
I genuinely believe the exact same thing. 100%.
Russia doesn't want to have a nuclear war with us. China doesn't want to go to nuclear war with no country that has nukes and understands their level of severity actually wants to have a nuclear war. They understand the dangers of it and what it will do to all people on the planet.
Right. 100%. I mean, it would be like literally entire destruction. You know, there'd be no point in utilizing them first, because you're just going to lose the power that you think that you would be trying to protect by using it.
Yeah.
You know,
you would be losing your leverage.
Yeah.
Because once the first one touches off, we're all irradiated. Fuck it. Let's all launch them.
Right.
I mean, that's pretty much the theory of mutually assured destruction and why the Cold War happened.
Yeah. And, you know, I like to stay optimistic with things. You know, I try to. Maybe I'm naive. It is what it is. But I do think that I see something good coming on the horizon. It seems like, you know, people have been going back to church and meeting Jesus in droves. And to some degree, there's an element of normalcy coming back. And it seems like all of the, you know, the really like drastic activism and stuff, all of that has kind of been viewed less favorably in society as of recently. It's been really good to see it. So I'm really trying to keep my best foot forward when it comes to being positive, and just trying to be the best person that I can to people on an individual level, especially like in my personal life.
Definitely. I like to approach the world. I haven't really changed this since I was a kid. I like to approach the world cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, absolutely. Prepared
Be
for the
prepared.
worst, but
Yep.
praying for the best.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Prepare for the worst. It's like that's why you don't leave home without a gun in your car or whatever. The worst may happen at any point in time. Have a pistol in your vehicle, There's nothing wrong with it. It's called protecting yourself and the people that are with you,
Mhm.
But I mean, be optimistic that you'll never have to use it.
Yes, exactly. So I'm in the fortunate position where a couple years ago I bought a box of Hornady Critical Defense
Oh yeah.
and never had to use them once, not one of them. And that's like, to me, that is a success, right? Where I have them in case I need them, but at no point have I had to use them, and I hope that that's a $25 that I'm not going to have to pay for again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'll buy my Winchesters so I can pop them off at the range, but these,
Yeah.
I hope I never have to use those on another person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'll end up using them because you'll be like, man, I've had these for like 10 years. I need to get some new ones. Let's just go shoot them up real quick. It'll be something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I agree. Like most of us here in America, hopefully we never have to do that. Hopefully we never have to use a pistol in self-defense. But I mean, it does happen, and it sucks. But that's why the Second Amendment's there, so you can have that and defend yourself. Cautious optimism.
Yep, exactly. Well, and that's one of the things I like about Kay Ivey. So I'm in Alabama, and Birmingham it's a relatively dangerous city, right? Like, it's not like everyone's getting carjacked at every corner or anything like that, but there's a lot of that shit happens here, especially in like the kind of outer areas. Like Bessemer, I think, had the highest schmurder rate in the country a couple of years ago. Eastlake's really bad. Ensley's really bad. Like, there's a lot of areas right outside of Birmingham that are really tough. And typically when it comes to any of the violence that happens actually in here, Taurus Judge with 410 and 45. Yeah, there you go. I got a Ruger P89 DC. I love the thing. It's got no safety on it, but I don't need a safety because it just. What's up, Kat? Welcome back. Thanks for coming back. I appreciate it. But I keep that thing in my drawer. I don't touch it unless I'm going to the range, right? Like, this is like my home defense piece. I don't have a carry with me, but like, when it comes to something like this, like, I don't want to pull it out unless I have a reason to pull it out, and if that reason is one or two things: going to the range or defending my home. And luckily I've never had to do the latter. So
yeah, I've had one or two incidences that one that I actually had to use a firearm, one that I didn't have to use it. The threat of it being there was enough. Most of the time, though, it's not human beings that I've got to get my firearm out for. Most of the time, it's like snakes or like possums. Like, my dog grabs a possum off one of the fences and thinks it's dead, but it's not actually dead, and I know it's gonna pop back up, so I just put one in its head. It's like,
yeah. That's
or
more
raccoons.
of a, like, if anything, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, thank God that that's all it is, because I don't want to be put in that situation here at my house.
Right.
I know that's insane. I will tell you though, and I'm a big advocate of everybody in America owning an M9 Beretta.
Really?
Yeah. The reason I say that pistol specifically is because it has a lock safety that stops the firing pin from being able to engage. As soon as the safety's clicked, it releases the hammer, and it blocks the firing pin. But if you need to use it, you don't have to cock it. Once it's already got one around in the chamber, you don't have to pull the hammer back. You just click it off a safe, pull the trigger. That first trigger fires single, and then it institutes the action. Your first trigger pull literally cocks the hammer back, fires off the first round. Every round after that is all off of the hammer that you pulled off the first time. I mean, all off the trigger pull because it cocks the hammer back for you. So you don't ever have to like take your thumb and put it up on the hammer, try to get that right, any of that shit. Like anybody can fucking use it. A woman can use it, a child can use it, anyone can use it to defend their home.
Yeah.
So like as far as self-defense, if you're going to teach your kids, it's one of the safest guns to teach your kids with as far as like real calibers that can kill someone dead, you know.
Right. So it comes in 22 and 9, huh?
The 9 is, yeah, I had an old military version of the 9. My dad's got one of those, and one of them from back when I was in, and I've got one of the newer ones, and the newer one is the one I'm specifically talking about. I think it was production was like 2011 or 12 or something like that, but it's awesome. There's only a handful of guns that will cock for you, like pistols that will cock for you when you pull the trigger and you don't have the hammer cocked back already. So it's kind of nice. It makes it a lot easier if you're in a home defense situation to just tag that safety, aim, pull, and not have to worry about whether or not it was cocked, you know?
Yeah. Double action, single action. That's how that's how my P89 DC is. The thing is, there's no safety on it, but I also don't have like kids and shit running around my place. I'm not married. I don't have kids or anything. So, you know, that's one benefit to it. Now, granted, like when that changes, I'm definitely getting a lock for it and I'm putting it somewhere safe because, you know, kids get into things, you know, and that's something that would just break my heart if like my own irresponsibility led to a kid getting a hold of something. Like there's this video here. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this real quick. This kind of thing just scares the absolute hell out of me. This was it right here. Yep. This just like this is the kind of stuff that like, whoa, you know, and to me, like this falls back on the parents, especially you'll see where I'm getting at with this.
Shocking standoff between deputies and two brothers armed with a loaded gun.
Put it down for me, okay?
You're not in trouble, but you have to drop that. Drone footage shows a 9-year-old boy hiding the gun behind his back. His 7-year-old brother tries to grab it. Then the boys start fighting over the loaded weapon.
Drop it, buddy. Put it down, babe.
The 7-year-old boy takes possession.
It's okay. You're not in trouble, buddy.
Deputies continued calling out orders to the boys, desperately trying to stop a tragedy from happening.
Can you put it down for me? Just put it down.
The boys, wearing Minecraft and Star Wars themed pajamas, are in their neighbor's backyard in Albuquerque. Officers decide it's time to fire a non-lethal rubber bullet.
Drop it! Drop it!
It's a perfect shot, landing right between the brothers. But watch, the 9-year-old responds by raising the gun and taking aim at the deputies. Officers say he actually pulled the trigger, but thank goodness the gun malfunctioned. Another rubber bullet is fired, and this time, the deputies are able to move in as the boys try to hide.
Drop it now. I don't even have the gun. I don't have the gun.
Deputies yank the gun away and take the brothers into custody as 7 officers swarm. I spoke to Sheriff John Allen, who said,
Man, that kind of stuff just terrifies me, dude.
Yeah. You like gun safety. That's the biggest thing is like for kids at least, right? It's not the kids that are around guns all the time, know how to be safe with them, know how to do the right things that have incidents like this. It's the kids who have parents that shelter them, don't let them near guns, don't teach them about the safe use of guns, don't teach them, don't aim the dangerous end at somebody unless you intend to kill them, things like that, right. You know?
Yeah.
Like that's where we see the incidents happen. And man, I agree. I do. I agree. It's a hard thing to see. It's a hard thing to have to live through too if it's your kids.
See, and that's, and this is a view that I've espoused multiple times on like just on my channel, but I'm a big proponent on like gun safety classes being taught in school.
Yeah.
Like, because I mean, it's our Second Amendment right, and then you have 1 year someone who can't legally go and buy something, they can't legally own it, they can't, legally shoot it, whatever, and the next year, in one day, literally overnight, you're able to hold something that you have no idea the responsibility of
Right.
holding that thing, and like, yes, a gun is just a tool, of course, but it's just like, it's just like wielding a kitchen knife, right? Like,
Mhm.
if you know what you have in your hand and how dangerous it could potentially be if not handled with care, it could hurt someone or yourself with it gravely, you know?
Well,
So,
it's the same thought as like, anybody that's used a box cutter at work. Like you don't always think about how sharp the damn thing is. Sometimes you get a little paper cut type nick, and sometimes you see somebody gets a gash. It's because they don't understand and they're not respecting the thing they're working with and keeping safe with it. It's the same thing with a firearm. You
right.
just, and like me personally, I have here's an actual belief I have. I don't espouse a whole lot of my actual beliefs on the internet. I actually believe that everybody, by the time they're 18, should have gone through a gun safety class of some kind to teach them, how to use a gun effectively and safely. I
Right.
think that as a minimum.
Yeah.
I mean that's just even if you don't want to own one, that's fine. Just know how to be safe with them if something ever happens where one is in your hands,
Yes.
for whatever reason. Maybe
Exactly.
maybe maybe you're one of those altruistic people that doesn't believe in using guns, but a cop goes down next to you and you grab his gun. You need to know how to use it to defend the cop's life. I mean, we've actually seen this happen here in Texas. There was a shootout that was happening between police officers and some suspects, and an ex-con got out of his truck and ran over, grabbed the officer's firearm, and started shooting back and pulling the cop back behind a truck and trying to help him call it in.
Wow.
Fucking crazy. I mean, you wouldn't expect that kind of thing to happen, and it happened. It happened. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Steelman, look, I get where like the sentimental aspect of that comment comes from, but I do want to focus on, so what if there weren't cops with people who were willing to shoot at them?
Yeah, if they're willing to shoot at a cop who they know has body armor and a gun to shoot back with, they ain't gonna give a fuck about shooting you.
Yeah, your t-shirt ain't doing nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. So but that's the thing, Steel Man. Like, we the people. See, here's the thing. It's not like if there were just no cops, it's not like we're all just going to hold hands and sing "Kumbaya." Okay,
Mhm.
people have their own independent agendas, and there are bad people who are enemies, regardless. So, like, it's a necessary thing. I understand where that sentiment comes from, and I understand that yes, there are cops that do bad things, but
Right.
there are also plenty of we the people who do really bad shit too.
Well, we the people are police also.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, whether or not you like it, it is a fact. There are people too, and
Right.
just because, like, I don't know, like whatever the statistic is, I think it's like 3% of police officers are found to be doing something heinous, doesn't mean that like the other 97% shouldn't have our fucking back, or
Right.
we shouldn't have theirs. They're keeping our streets safe. They're keeping our lives, like they're holding the threshold back for what criminals are able to do in society.
Yeah.
That's
100%.
their job.
And like in Birmingham, one of the issues we have here is we're at like 20% of a full police force. So what they say is we need 2,000 cops to be full force. We have like 400 and something, right? Like very, very limited police force. So they reserve the police for the really like violent kind of things that go on. Like we just had it wasn't necessarily a mass shooting. It was like there was some club over in 5 Points, and it was just gangland shit, dude. Like they pulled up on it and they unloaded, and a bunch of people got hit, a few people got killed, you know. And the cops respond to something like that, but if someone is, you know, getting harassed by a homeless person, or some chick's on her way home from school, because like UAB is a big school here, and she's just trying to make it back to her apartment or dorm room or whatever, and she gets harassed by a homeless person, typically they're not even going to fucking show up, you know?
Yeah.
So, and it's not because they don't care, it's because there just isn't the amount of like people on the ground. And I will say, Birmingham cops, they deal with a lot of shit because people around here shoot, dude. You know what I mean? Like it's not the Wild West in Birmingham by any stretch, but you know, there's a lot of crazy shit that goes on here that, I mean, like we need more police, if anything, you know, just letting that stuff go and happen. We're not in the society of 1776 anymore, you know, like things have changed to where there's large swaths of population, and we need at least some buffer between people who are willing to do bad things and people who are just trying to live their lives. And that's what the police act as, is a buffer between those two things.
Yeah. Well, and you know, I've never really understood the whole less police is good argument, because when you look at it, if you have more police officers, there's more eyes to put on other police officers that aren't doing the right thing. So wouldn't that be a good thing? Wouldn't we want more civilians becoming police officers so that they could keep other police policed?
Yep. Absolutely.
I mean, there's a saying that my uncle taught me when I was younger, that he said pretty much every good cop knows this saying. There's nothing worse in this world than a bad cop, because it gives every single cop that's out there risking their lives on a daily basis a bad fucking name.
Yep.
And cops hate nothing more than a dirty cop.
Yeah. 100%, dude. Yeah. And you know, it's only the bad things that cops do that get portrayed all over the news. It's only the bad things that cops do that everyone talks about, right? Like
that's the media, dude.
Yeah.
That's the media.
Yeah. They don't talk about all the good things that people do.
Mm-hmm.
Like cops do, you know? Like for me, bro, like, okay, for instance, this is something small, right? But my alternator broke down, and I was about 1.5 miles away from home, and a cop pulled up, and he was like, "Hey man, everything all right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I didn't know. I thought it was my battery at first." And he was like, "Well, I'm not allowed to give you a jump. I can call somebody for you, but just let me know where you live, and I'll get a tow truck to come pick your truck up or your car up." And I was like, "Really?" He was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Actually, just hop in, man. I'll take you home." Gave me a lift home, paid for a tow truck to bring my car to my place. I mean, like, you know, cops are just people, man.
Yeah.
You know, like by and large, they're just people. There's some shitheads in every like group, but you know, for the most part, like it's just someone with a job, you know?
Yep. It just happens to be that their job is with a gun and a badge and a fucking armored jacket on, you know?
Right. Yeah.
But I mean, it's like you put that level of finite detail to a police officer, saying that like most police officers are bad in some way. But don't our military also have lethal force? Our military is right now allowed to be deployed on American soil thanks to Obama or Biden redoing the DOJ archives, right? Like I don't remember the exact one. I can pull it up later on if you want. But he rewrote, like Trump had, I think it was like 52 pages detailing when American troops, military forces could be deployed. And it was never on American soil. Like it wasn't supposed to be on American soil unless to defend something that was like a government place or, you know, something like that. And it was only for extreme defense, right? And then it got rewritten to like, I think it was like 17 pages while Biden was in office. and it actually says in there that they can be deployed by having orders from the executive branch of the government, which means an executive order from the president could deploy military personnel stateside. Yes, they actually can, because they still also have, and this is something a lot of people don't really think about, EOD, but you have the 30 days boots on soil up to 90 that Congress is not allowed to question the president. I mean, he's already done it. Like Trump did it. He used it to a good advantage, giving National Guard support in LA.
Yeah.
But if the wrong president had gotten in there, like I don't know if Harris had gotten in there, and she wanted to put us in a state of war, what could we have done against our own military? I don't think our own military would have gone that crazy, but if they didn't know what they were doing, I mean, you can't hold them accountable for that shit if they don't understand what it is they're doing.
Right. And like, this is one thing that kind of got me when it came to the deployment of the National Guard over in LA, was that they never did any like law enforcement or anything over there. They weren't actually engaging with any of the crowds. Their specific job was to defend 2 federal buildings, and that's all they did. And Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, even admitted that. She said, no, they're not actually in the streets like quelling riots or anything. They're just defending the federal buildings. And these people made this massive hiccup about it. And it was like, dude, it's not like, they're firing rifles at people in crowds or anything, like they're standing there. And if they don't get engaged with, they will not engage. It's wild to me, dude, the way that these like stories get spun, man. Like,
yeah.
You don't hate the media enough, bro. Let me tell you.
Let me see. This may be the one. I was trying to pull it up while I was thinking about it.
Go ahead and share it, man. I'll pull it up.
No, I want to make sure this is the one I was. I'm pretty sure this is the one that gives them. I'll send you the link on Discord. Oh, actually, I put it in the back here.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that is a directive that determines when they can place troops.
All right. DoD Directive 524001, DoD intelligence and intelligence-related activities and defense intelligence component assistance to law enforcement agencies and other civil authorities. This was September 27th, 2024.
Yeah, it was during Biden's reign.
Wow.
And it's supposed to be done in accordance with DoD instruction 3216.02. But so this one actually says the defense intelligence components, which could be CIA, FBI, anybody that they determine to be a defense intelligence component. And it on page 5, number 3, it says when such actions have been approved by the president and directed by the Secretary of Defense. Well, that's not real hard to get, the Secretary of Defense to go along with what the president's saying. If the president is saying it's your job to fucking send troops here, the Secretary of Defense goes, all right, well, what's going on there? Okay, let's send troops there. I mean, if they're in the same alignment or whatever, then the troops get deployed. But there's a couple of different sections in this that have been changed. The one that Trump had before was like 52 pages that specifically said, no, you can't drop American troops on soil. The National Guard is here for the defense of the nation. If there's something crazy going on, they can defend government sites, things like that, right?
Yeah.
But this has changed that. This has changed that so that active duty military personnel can be deployed on American soil, not just the National Guard.
You think that would be under like 3.2 permissible assistance?
Assistant Secretary of Defense for Legislative Affairs, or 3.2? Oh, 3.2. I was looking at 2.3. permissible assistance.
Yeah, that'd be like
lives are in danger, reordering.
Says precluded. In danger are authorized, cooperating with law enforcement agencies to protect the ISC's employees, major property, facilities, unlike otherwise precluded by law or EO 1233, participating in law enforcement activities, investigate, prevent clandestine intelligence activities by foreign powers or agents.
Number 4.
All right. When lives are in danger, rendering any other lawful assistance to law enforcement agencies or other civil authorities provided in such assistance is consistent with and has been approved by an official pursuant to Section 2 of this issuance. Such official will ensure that the legal office of the providing DoD component concurs with such assistance. Yeah.
That'll do it. I mean, like I said, there's a number of the changes that are done in this. It's rhetoric, it's wording, but the wording has made it so yes, active duty personnel can be deployed on American soil.
Yeah, I mean, right here it even says it. It's
duration. There's like the USD durations was like 30 days. 20 personnel in certain areas. These are small. Like, man, this changed just before the whole thing with him and Trump going to the voting polls.
Yeah.
Right before that. And so when I saw this pop up, I was like, oh shit, they can deploy military personnel on U.S. soil now, which means they could quite literally get a scout sniper, tell him, pop this guy, you will be disavowed afterwards. It's his fucking job to do as he's ordered because it's the president of the United States telling him to fucking do it. Like, you can't just say, like, you can't say no to that order. That's the president. Like, I mean, you can try some kind of conscientious objection or some shit like that. You can try and object, but that's your fucking president. You're going to get thrown in a dark hole and no one's ever going to know who you are.
Right.
Like, you can't tell him no. That's just how it is. So, like, when I saw this change, I was like, oh shit. If Harris gets into office, like, this is a prerequisite for her getting into office because they weren't going to put Biden as their war holder. Harris, though, was young enough and still had enough of her own brain, like, working, that they could trust her to sit and shut the fuck up and follow orders. So she would be the one that they would put in there to be the Queen of America until they decided to let go of their stranglehold, or we overthrew them.
And this wording right here, when lives are in danger, the reason to me that's like really sketchy wording is because when you look at the left, they've been Agrilepolis. Thank you, man. Appreciate you jumping in, dude. Have a good night, bro. People have that when they talk about like the trans genocide, and it's all like if you don't affirm what these people believe about themselves, like you're essentially killing them. That in and of itself falls under this idea of when lives are in danger.
Yeah.
And then they also leave this broad hole of rendering any other lawful assistance.
Right.
So that encompasses literally everything.
Yep. And see, this. I'm telling you, like, the things that they change are so subtle and nuanced. They keep people looking at something else while they're doing changes like this, where they can literally deploy DoD personnel, military, active duty fucking military, on state soil for military operations.
Yeah.
And nobody fucking noticed this shit.
Well, they don't talk about it, man. It's the same thing with like the Patriot Act and the National Defense Authorization Act, where like they have these awesome names, but then when you look at what they entail, like kicking in your door just because somebody gave a threat that you were affiliated with some, Terry group over in the Middle East. Like I could never have talked to these people in my life, never even espoused any views. But some shithead doesn't like me, so he calls in and says, hey, he's affiliated with ISIS or something. And the next thing I know, I got SWAT at my door, and they're, flash bombing, or flashbang in my apartment, and
for
I'm in my
whatever
skivvies
reason,
getting out of the shower. You know what I mean?
and for whatever fucking reason, one of them runs up to your vase, grabs the vase, and smashes it on the fucking floor like it did something wrong. I saw
Right.
that video too.
Yeah, yeah.
What did the vase do? I still, every time I've seen that damn video, I'm like, what the fuck did that vase do to that guy?
Yeah.
Like he didn't even, he went by it, took 2 steps back, looked at it, picked it up, and smashed it. It was like, what the fuck did that vase do?
They were looking for WMDs.
I don't know.
This is good stuff, though. Here, man, I got to read through this. I appreciate you putting me onto this.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of things like this, and look, EOD, I get what you're saying, right? I understand you're talking about posse comitatus as if like this is something that would be enacted as soon as the motherfuckers hit. What you're not thinking about is, all right, the president has the authorization to send Spec Ops, Delta Force, Rangers, Scout Snipers, Ghosts anywhere he fucking wants in the world, and now with this, anywhere in America he fucking wants. Posse comitatus doesn't mean a damn fucking thing if you don't even know those guys went out there and did something.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of in black and white here, man.
Yeah.
And this is coming from their website too.
Yeah, this is straight from the DOJ. Yeah.
This is the kind of stuff where, you know, like when I was younger, I had
DOD,
kind of
sorry.
a. What were you saying?
DOD, sorry. I said DOJ. DOG.
Yeah, I know what you meant. But this is the kind of thing where, you know, when I was younger, I had like in my conspiracy mind, like the way things would play out. And as I've grown older, now you see how it's just every year something else, another step has been taken. They're moving closer towards this element of like complete control. And, you know, yeah, John Barrett, it is, dude. It totally is, man.
And like I said, EOD, I understand what you're talking about with posse comitatus. Yeah, the president could roll fucking armor anywhere he fucking wanted in America, and he would have to answer for it later. You're right. He would have to answer for it later. Yeah, he would. Yeah. After he got done fucking blowing shit up wherever he wanted to. You're still like the part of this you're not understanding is that he could put those boots anywhere in America he fucking wanted to. Yeah, he'd have to answer for it later, but he's the president of the United States. I mean, like there's going to be some type of way that they could spin it to say there was no way other than to do this.
It's an official action.
I mean, it's like I understand what you're saying, EOD, and I know it's shitty. I know it's fucked up. I'm not saying it's not, and I'm not saying it doesn't go against posse comitatus, but you're talking about the president deploying people. Like, I don't know, man. It does give them a leeway on this. And if they change other things, like they keep changing shit over time, this right here tells them they can put boots on soil. If posse comitatus were overthrown, if any, like, you know, all it needs is one more step. Once you've got like 3 laws saying you can do something and 1 law saying you can't, you've got 3 laws saying, and it's, I mean, you know, you get gray area then, and gray area is where they get away with everything they fucking get away with. And we got to stop letting them do this shit.
100%. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And or when, you know, even as far back as the 60s when they deployed the National Guard on what was the university where people were protesting?
It was in California, wasn't it?
I think so. One second. Let me look. I'm going to keep my eyes on that M9 Beretta, though, for sure.
It's a pretty good one. What was that one that you had said?
It's the Ruger P89 DC.
P89. Okay.
Yeah. It's a good one, man. It's a little hand cannon for sure. It's only a 9, but it's got some kick, it's got some power, really nice balance to it. It's a simple old boy, man. I don't even know when that got released. Here, let's see.
Oh, that's a nice looking one too.
Yeah, it is, dude. I love that thing. I'd pull it out, but like, it's YouTube, so.
Yeah, I got you.
Release date. Oh, 94. It's 30 years old, man.
On the P89?
Yeah, P89 DC. Yeah, it's a variant of the P89.
Yeah. It's real sleek looking. I mean, it looks like just about anybody could actually handle it. I mean, with the exception of like small kids. Small kids would probably have an issue still. And I'm imagining it's probably got like a 10-pound trigger pull.
Yeah. Well, on the initial, right? So
yeah.
So before, like, if you were to cock the hammer on it,
be like a pound or two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super
that's
easy.
That's how the M9 is too. Yeah, it's got like, I don't know, it's like 10, 15 pounds on the trigger pull. You can't be a small child and do the first trigger pull.
Right.
You've got to be a teenager, I don't know, strong. You have to have some strength in your hands.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you started spanking the monkey at a really young fucking age, maybe by the time you're I don't know, dude. I have no idea.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, whatever. But by and large, I'd say most kids probably not until they're teenagers could really handle it.
Right. Yeah.
At least the first trigger pull.
Yeah, it's pretty big, man. I mean, I'm just a fan of, apparently I didn't even know, like, you can't even buy them anymore. So it's
shit.
super reliable though. Yeah, they discontinued it in 2009. So
I
mean, you can, like, if you go on Arms List or something, you could definitely buy. I don't know like what state you're in, but I'm in Bama.
Texas.
Oh,
I'll
okay,
just go on
yeah.
Texas Gun Trader. They'll probably be one if I'm looking. I'll look for a month or two.
Yeah. So I guess the big difference between this and the P89, just the base, is the decock it's got on it, which really comes in handy, So like, I've carried it before. It's just a little bulky, So I'd like to get maybe like a subcompact or something. But the decock really comes in handy because if I'm like when I'd carry it just loaded, cocked, everything, and then whenever I'd come home, you just push the little lever on the side of it and it decocks it, and then you're good.
Yeah.
Put it up.
Yeah, that's how the Beretta is with and it's also got the plate that comes down in front of the firing pin, so the firing pin can't go off.
That's a good one.
I like it. It's easy shoot too.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I'm definitely to look into a friend of mine. He's been a really big Canic fan, so they got like the P89 or TP9. Sorry, not P89. TP9, and that comes in subcompact, which is really nice. And it's the railing on it and everything is, you can just modify it, and he's done a lot with his, and it's his carry piece. He keeps his Sig Sauer at home. I know apparently they just came under fire for something. I didn't really. What happened with Sig Sauer? Why did they just come under fire?
I do not know. I've not been. I haven't seen anything on that.
Okay, it looks like M18. There might have been like a catastrophic failure in it. It's a Sig Sauer M18. It was the discharge.
The P320.
P320 is a really good carry piece.
Yeah, I don't know. There's one article saying something about some military and law enforcement officials having issues with the P320 safety.
Really?
Yeah. Like it can fire without someone pulling the trigger.
Oh!
Yeah.
Okay, so the M18 is one of the P320s. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, over many years, P320 has been beset with allegations of accidental discharges, which have led to numerous lawsuits and bans by law enforcement agencies. Okay,
Well,
understood.
this is a newer one, a newer article about all of it, or a newer happening, I guess, newer reports about it. Because I remember Sig having something with one of the rifles a while back ago, but it was in like two or three of them right when they got off the line, and they shut the line down and reconditioned the gun, got it right, and then started things back up, and it was fine. But I hadn't heard about this with the P320.
Yeah, yeah. This was July 28th, so like 6 days ago, 7 days ago.
Yeah.
P6, P365.
Damn.
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't ruin them because they normally make really, really solid pistols.
Oh yeah, it's the lawyer gun, man. That's what everyone
Yeah.
calls them. You know, they specifically like that. It seems like they're top of the line pieces.
Yeah.
So I have friends who are they're really into like rifle building and stuff like that, and I just don't have the attention span to get into it. Well, it's not the attention span. That's I'm not trying to make myself a victim. It just hasn't been something that's like incredibly caught my attention yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Which I wish it did, but you ever watch Matt Morse?
No.
Matt Morse is good stuff. Yeah,
Morse?
No, Morse, Morse. I watched some of his stuff on my channel. I've sent him some super chats in the past and asked him if I could play his stuff on my channel. And you know, the way he is with everybody is just as long as it's like within the terms of fair use, that's a good thing. But he's cool, man. He's like a Oregon conservative. He's moving out to Idaho because he can't stand living there anymore. But he's got a really good channel. He's huge, man. He gets lots of folks watching at a time, and you know, a lot of people. It's funny when I play some of his videos on here, they all call him Morse AI because the way when he does scripted videos, his like speech gate is a little off, but yeah.
Yeah, I see his channel is X and his Instagram.
Yeah, man, he's good, man. I definitely recommend him for sure. He stays pretty up to date with news and stuff too. And
I have heard of this dude. So I don't know if you've noticed or not, but I always tell people to stay safe. I don't tell people have a good day or anything like that when they're getting ready to run off or when I'm getting ready to leave a channel or whatever. I always tell people stay safe. I got that from this guy, Stay Safe TV.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool, man.
I do remember him. I do. But it was back when he was still Stay Safe TV. That's cool. I had no idea that he had a whole new thing going on. I remember the crap that happened with Stay Safe TV and they tried shutting it down and all that a long time ago, and I stopped watching for so long.
Really? I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, they try. I think this was during the Biden days, the beginning of the Biden presidency, when they were really going at a lot of the conservatives. They had tried shutting his ass down, and he was like fucking hating it for a little while. But there was a lot of us that were hating it then. So
man,
yeah, he's a good dude. Yeah, I do remember this. Holy shit, man.
Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah. Wow, dude, crazy. He was a WoW streamer.
Yeah, he's done a lot of stuff.
No, I did not know that. Interesting. Yeah, he's great, man. I mean, he stays up to date with things. He stays relatively of course he's conservative, so there's going to be that right wing kind of bias to it, but he does stay like as objective and neutral when covering certain things, and I really appreciate that because I love confirmation bias. Don't get me wrong, but I also like when people say things I disagree with, and it seems like he really tries to come about things in a good way. So Just wanted to
Yeah.
plug his channel a little bit, man. You know what I mean? He's good. And Rob Noor, of course, dude. I'm a big Rob Noor fan.
Yeah, I like Rob Noor.
Yeah, he was very, very helpful to my channel. Still is today. So Rob Noor's a really good guy, man, for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah, he is. Damn, yeah, this guy's been going a long fucking time.
Yeah, he is, man. He's been around for a bit. All right, Charlie's starting to bug me a little bit. Cleaner, man, thanks for jumping in, bro. It was great chatting with you, dude.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I've been wanting to come up here and have a chat with you and support your stream. I know you're starting into well, you said recently you started putting content out again and you're trying to get back into doing things, and
Yeah,
I was like, all right, shit, you're a good dude. I want to support you. So
I appreciate that. You're a good dude too, man. Thank you very much, bro.
you always got it from me, man.
Who do you have a stream or do you have a channel, Cleaner?
I do, and I haven't really started doing a whole lot of content yet. I was going to start a while back ago, about a month ago, but some things came up in life, and I had to pay a lot more attention to them. Yeah, but
I got. Hey
yeah,
guys,
at some point I will.
everyone listening, this is Cleaner's channel. Go give him a sub. Great guy. Pleasure to have him on. Definitely want to plug. We're all going to be building each other up, man. You know what I mean? We have to, bro.
I've got a cool little thing I do on mine also. Anytime that I give one of my real world views, because I don't typically give a whole lot of them, I put the plug for the channel that I put that view in, and I don't tell people what the view are. I don't tell them what the view is, So anybody that wants to try and learn my views later on, if I ever become big or whatever, they'll have to go back through everybody else's channels. So no matter what, everybody else is gonna, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Yep.
All right,
So
Charlie, you
I'm
ready,
gonna have
buddy?
yours plugged in there. Yeah, you stay safe, man. I gotta get anyway myself. I gotta go get something ready for dinner for myself. So
You too, Cleaner. Dude, thank you for jumping up tonight, bro. It was great talking to you, my man.
you too, man. Have a
Stay
good one.
safe,
Stay
brother.
safe.
Guys in chat, please go sub to Cleaner. That is a good man. Please sub to his channel. Great guy. I got to take Charlie out. I know he's got a shit by now. So, boys, y'all have a great night. And as Cleaner says, stay safe. Peace.